Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Something I want to clarify right off the bat before we start. I have a different mic now. I mentioned this on the last stream that I was getting a new microphone, and that's set up. So just let me know if I'm, like, too quiet, too loud, anything like that, because I probably sound quite a bit different because I've still been messing with it. I have found out just today that I was having, like, continuous issues with the microphone that were being caused by the fact that apparently I didn't notice this. So when oh, hold on, I'm topping out a little bit. 1 second. I have a slight boost in the gain on my mic. I'm going to drop it down a little bit. But so I was having this weird issue with this microphone where whenever if a program ever started using my microphone and then stopped, the microphone wouldn't register anymore until I unmuted and unmuted it. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? Well, I found out that the microphone is USB-C, but it comes with a USB 2.0 adapter on the end out of the box, and I never noticed it was plugged into an adapter. I just thought it went into a USB port. And USB 2.0 couldn't handle the quality setting of the microphone, so it would just stop working all the time. But I took the adapter off and plugged it into a USB-C port, and now it seems to be working fine. So I just thought that was kind of weird. Previous McDonald's drive-thru one. The weird thing with the previous mic is it worked really well when it wasn't having driver problems. Random websites and services? Damn. You got taken out from Warframe. Let me go ahead and get the audio thing set up real quick here. Like I said, just let me know if the audio levels are weird. We're still messing with it. $1. Thank you, the goober. Oh yeah, I turned my master volume down. I'll bump that back up a tad. Peanuts, welcome. Rosie, why are you logged into your second account? Let me get this switched over. I'm sorry, everything's a mess. I haven't streamed in a while. Do we... Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I didn't forget. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to stop the theme. I doubt anyone can guess what game today's login music was from, but, you know, I will be proud of you if you can. Anyways, today's live reaction, I believe, was contributed by Lunatic over on the Discord, based on the events of the last stream, where Yoreli died, canonically. So, okay, just making sure this isn't too loud. $50 total, I think. That's messed up, the goober. I'm sorry for you. Like, I appreciate it, but that's messed up. Sound kind of soft, but it's mostly fine. This one is less bassy than my other microphone, I've noticed. Can you solve this? I hate to tell you this, but no, unfortunately, I cannot solve your complex mental issues. I do know what can solve your complex mental issues, though, and that's gambling. If you ever are having issues with your mental health, remember, you can just gamble. Anyways, so as you can probably tell from the title, I haven't done any of my weeklies or anything yet, so that's just what this stream is going to be. I never got around to it, so we'll just kind of do those and hang out. Or loads of drugs. That's the thing, though, is that drugs are, like, you know, they have potential unintended side effects. Like, drugs can help, but, like, say that you, like... Why was... Fibonacci was, locked and loaded.
Lots of natural light for a basement.
Anyways. That's the thing, though, is, like, say you, like, do bath salts and then you, like, you know, eat someone or something. Like, yeah, maybe it was fun for you, but not everyone else. But if you're gambling, right, that's entirely on you when that goes horribly wrong. So, I think it's more fun because the collateral damage is lower. Thank you for the 50, LEU. The Weeklies. What do you mean hot? What the fuck? I've been struggling to quit. This will have a measurable, direct negative impact on your life. I'm sorry. This is going to be a weird thing for me to do. I'm actually going to I'm going to avoid gear embargo. Collateral damage is the fun part. This is true. Yeah. I don't even need bath salts? Well, goddamn. Streaming at this hour. My sleep has been, like, really messed up lately. I think I talked about it on a previous stream. Wait, am I on Xeneric? Okay, I did not forget. But just in general have issues sleeping, but lately it has been like really, really bad because I got sick. And so getting sick on top of my regular insomnia just completely messed everything up. So we're not having a great time here at the Cool Kid Enterprise, but I had fun playing Cyto. I think Cyto 9's a very fun Warframe, all things considered. So let me know if the game is too loud. I turned it up a tad, but I'm not sure, because it normally was at that level, but now I'm nervous that I might have turned it up too much. Because I can adjust my audio, like, separately from the stream's audio, and it can be a little bit hard for me to sort of perceive at times just how bad it is for, you know, everyone watching. That's 8 a.m. yesterday. That's rough. Like, with the way it's been for me, Mesa's too loud. I mean, in general, yeah, I guess that's probably true. It's hard. I only have the 2 monitors, right? I can't, like, have the stream chat, the game, and my OBS, like, output up all at the same time. I probably should have built galvanized stacks on my Arca-Plasmor, because... Oh, no, I can target the Demolisher this way. Okay, never mind. I don't give a shit. Ooh, what the fuck? Toxin procced me. Oh, is that a Storm Shroud thing? That might be it. Almost got shot. How does that lead to you almost getting shot? I don't know how loud this stream is. Do you think Inaros or Nidus is more fun? I think they're very different Warframes. I feel like comparing Inaros and Nidus directly is kind of like a relic of a sort of old era, almost, of like comparing them kind of because they have the superficial similarity of being, you know, health frames, but I think that they're very different. I personally enjoy both of them. I guess if I had to pick, I'd say that I enjoy playing Inaros more, but not by much. And honestly, it depends on the day. You ask me this question tomorrow, and my answer very well may be different. I'm gonna catch up a little bit. The stream, fortunately, doesn't have that many people, so it's a little bit easier, but I also am stupid and struggle to read. Okay, I didn't drag my... Hold up. I've been out of this for a while. I gotta drag my chat over to the closer side of my monitor so I can read it more easily. Okay. Alright, well, the run very well may be dead because I was moving my chat. Yeah, we're just gonna restart. I forgot because I have an ability active. I was not immune while I was in my operator. Not a huge deal though. I didn't make any considerable progress. In my air, so he came with a gun. That does sound like a certified Texas moment. Also, I'll probably do this by myself. It's just easier to keep track of. Oh, is it doing the thing again where it, yeah, doesn't think I have the full... I've noticed that lately, where it's not counting everything I've got selected sometimes. It has too many good augments. I didn't realize that was a problem that a Warframe could have. No, Nitro, he's a normal person, sort of, and is currently asleep. So, no, I'm the one with the jacked up sleep that has me live streaming at 4 o'clock in the morning. This doesn't have to be his burden. Yeah, but like I say at the start of the stream, I hope you all have been doing well. I know I haven't been here in a while. I talk about this sometimes, but for modding with all those augments, well, you don't have to take all of them. But I was told he is a horse. Well, yeah, you know, person is a term I use fairly loosely. Somewhat superficial, which is nice. I've considered... So there is a thing... I guess I can probe the, you know, group of people we have here about this to see if there's any interest. But I have had an idea kind of floating around for a sort of side thing I've thought about doing. I don't know if I'll actually do this because it's so out of line with my normal content, but I want to do a series called, like, Let's Talk or something like that. And the idea would just be that it would be me, where instead of a scripted, it would just be bullet points that I read out of a document, and I'll just talk about a subject. What is that god-awful duration? I have the negative duration modifier. I need to keep my gear wheel because the summons are incredibly important for mirror defense. I have found that is the trick to cheesing EDA mirror defense, is you just need to spam as many specters as possible. But you want to... So, not a podcast necessarily. It's more... My thought is more of almost like a commentary video. where like I'll talk about a particular subject. This kind of was born out of the multiple times I've talked about Kome on stream, and I've been like, you know, I feel like this could be like a decent standalone video if I just organized my my thoughts better. But my main concern with an idea like that is that I worry that because like my normal content is so much more highly edited, that if I was to do something like that on the main channel, it would lead to people getting annoyed that they like, oh, Cool Kid uploaded, and then they see it's just another, you know, episode of this not very edited series they don't give a shit about, and it'd be like, oh, well, you know, that sucks. So I'm still kind of on the fence about whether or not I do it. I think it's an idea that has some merit, but also, yes, it is 4 a.m. for me currently, but these are just the things that happen over here. But I'd gladly watch it. The content I make doesn't get much views at this point anyways. Like, I'll be honest with you all, I'm in a bit of a bind in terms of the Exalted Weapons series, because while it's something I still ultimately want to finish, like, I just recorded the Baruch script before starting the stream, actually, which is, it's much more behind schedule than I expected it to be. But I'm honestly just kind of, like, struggling to work on things, because it's just been so profoundly, like, unrewarding, I guess. And that might sound weird, and admittedly kind of entitled, I guess, when I put it that way. But the Exalted Weapons series has consistently performed horribly. And, like, each episode, compared to previous episodes in the same time span, have consistently performed considerably worse. And I think that, like, yeah, ultimately, you make videos for, you know, yourself first and others second. That's true. But the thing that drives me for this, in terms of like why I've been thinking about it and why it kind of sucks, is ultimately I make videos so other people can watch them. I know I'm trying to just get ahead of an argument I know someone will probably try to make of like, well, you gotta make videos for yourself first. Like, yeah, that's true, but if I wanted to make videos just for myself, I wouldn't upload them to YouTube, right? The tricky thing is, like, if my audience wants something, or like does not like a certain variety of content, is it the best idea, not, or for me, just from a standpoint of, like, my own community's, how do I put this? I don't want to say satisfaction, but, like, based on my own community's expectations, should I continue dumping effort into something people don't want to see or aren't interested in? And that's kind of where I'm at, because, like, the Baruch, the Iron Staff video was already rough. And, like, making it, I mean, and then its performance was just abysmal dog shit. That video has done horribly. And so I'm just kind of in the boat of, like, I'm walking into Baruch, who's going to be, up to this point, the longest episode in the series. I think that after all of the edits and stuff, it'll easily be over half an hour long. And I'm in this boat of, like, do I want to put all this effort into a video nobody wants to see? Because the truth of the matter is there will be some of you, like, in chat and stuff like that right now that do enjoy the series, but the unfortunate reality is most of you are in the minority, and it's not like it's a mystery to me why that's the case, right? It's an inherently fairly niche topic, but it's one of those things where it's still just like, I guess that what I have to consider is, you know, should I be putting this much effort into it in such a short span of time? Because if I decide to push things back, I will not be stopping the series. This guy is probably never going to die because he's a leech exemist. But I will not be stopping or canceling the series. It will still get finished eventually, but my plan was to have it done before, summer started. So, like, by the end of, like, May, maybe, I wanted to have it finished. But I don't think that that's going to happen anymore. I feel like because of the situation I find myself in, I'm considering just saying, fuck it, I'm going to finish the Baruch video, and then we're going to pivot for a while, and I'm going to push the deadline for myself on the series being done back to the end of the year. I probably will finish it faster than that, but I want to, well, A, sort of create space for myself, and also make content that people actually want to watch. Because, like I said, ultimately, the Exalted Weapons series is something that a lot of people who have watched it have really enjoyed it from what they've told me, and I'm happy to hear that. But I want to make sure that the, you know, the majority of my audience, I guess, feels like I'm still uploading. Because I feel like at this point, right, it's kind of like if you watch my channel and you don't care for the Exalted Weapons series, I'm basically not posting right now, and I want to sort of be more cognizant of that. I just have to catch up on chat a little bit here, because I wasn't reading too much. isn't a good idea. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like I said, all people who will say in this chat that you know, that they would watch it, like, yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. You never post anyway, so it's fine. That's true. My current thought process after the Baruch video, because I've kind of been waiting for the next update for this, but I have a couple of videos that I want to make that are follow-ups to existing videos. The first one that I want to make is a follow-up to the new player experience video about the changes they've implemented since that video was made. The thing is, they mentioned on a dev short that they were planning on reducing the crafting time for a bunch of Warframes, and I've been kind of holding off on making that video until we get more concrete word on if that's happening and when it's happening, and, you know, who too, because we heard about it kind of offhandedly, and then we never heard anything about it since. So I'm kind of waiting on to hear, you know, where that goes. Otherwise, though, like, beyond that, I guess, rather, oh my god, these bombs are fucking with me because Mesa can't survive them very easily. But oh, I killed him. I was like, why is he not coming through the door? Anyways, so I want to do sort of follow up to that video to sort of talk about what they've changed, what I think they still should work on, or if I think the changes, you know, were good or went far enough. But the other one I want to do is a follow up to the DE doesn't understand Overguard video. That video has had a lot of like a weird bump in activity recently. I think it's honestly because of the addition of the Protector Ancient, but I want to do a follow-up to that video about what has changed in the time since it was made as well. I feel like those are two follow-ups that should happen, because I feel like just leaving them alone when things have changed, some for better, some for worse, I think would kind of just be stupid. I want to keep those topics sort of up to date for the people that are interested in them. So those are the two things that are currently on my mind. What are your thoughts on the Protector Ancient rework? This is going to sound like I'm being a whiny bitch, because I kind of am, but I genuinely feel like the Protector Ancient in their current state is an enemy I would write up as a joke. I have no idea how they made it into the game. And they were a big... Because, like, there's been plenty of things have happened with Overguard since that video came out that I think are worth noting, like magnetic damage, you know, or magnetic status increasing damage against it now. I don't think Secondary Fortifier was in the game when I made the first video. Stuff like that, where it's like, you know, we can go over these anti-Overguard strategies that have been introduced, and what I think is the problem with them, that they're all still contingent on damage. That they haven't really addressed the root of the issue, they're giving us band-aids to work around the problem. The Protector Ancient, though, fucked everything up. Like, every single principle that I talk about in terms of why Overguard was originally made and what it's supposed to do is totally thrown out the window with the Protector Ancient. I genuinely think it is the worst enemy we've gotten added to this game in a long time, maybe ever. And it's one of those things where I don't think the enemy is too hard, necessarily. There are times where it's insanely annoying, like when it gives a Thrax Ghost Overguard. That shit's just unfair. But in general, my problem is that it exacerbates literally everything I complained about in the Overguard video of restricting that playstyle excessively, because the Protector Ancient completely shuts it down in such a large area. It's something I'll go more in-depth with whenever I make that follow-up video. I've been waiting to see if they nerf the Protector Ancient in the next update. If they don't, then I'm going to go forward with talking about it. New players from D2. It's interesting, because another video I've kind of thought about in the back of my head doing is a video talking about... This might be a Let's Talk, might be a more edited video, but there's something that I've noticed ever since I first started playing the original Destiny, and that's that people talk about or compare Warframe and Destiny a lot, and I want to explore the relationship between the two games and why people do that, because I think they're very different. And while they might appeal to the same people in a broad sense, I feel like a lot of the comparisons are kind of stupid, if I'm honest. And I'd like to potentially do a video, maybe I'll have Phoenix help me with it, because Phoenix has also played both games a lot, kind of exploring that. Do they just not want us to play CC frames? Why do they even keep them this way? Well, here's the weird thing, is that Kome got added, and Kome is a crowd control Warframe in a lot of ways. So I don't know what the fuck was going on that 2 months after adding Kome, they added an enemy that completely shuts her kit off if she doesn't have the right decrees. Also, some melees only stuck to one stance. I really wish we'd see more. Like, I would like another dual Nakana stance. I'd like another dual Nakana in general. Does anyone else think it's weird that it's been like a year and a half since the addition of Sun and Moon and we've never gotten another dual Nakana? I think that's weird. I'd like to see another one for two-handed Nakanas. We're probably going to be getting another Assault Saw with the... it's kind of implied at least we're going to get one with the Infested Liches. Maybe we'll get a new stance for it then. But, I don't know. I wish that we would get more in that regard. I forgot about Sun and Moon. Yeah, most people probably do. Do Heavyside still have one stance? Yes. I am following the wrong marker. Either be on Looter Trooper Space Team, and that's kind of what I feel like it is for a lot of the time. A year and a half isn't too long of a wait for another dual Nakana. I completely disagree with that. We only have 2 Heavysides, but we got our first one a year after the second one. And you have to consider, I say a year and a half loosely. Duviri was April 2023. It's been almost 2 years since we got Sun and Moon. I don't think it's a bad weapon, but I think it's fairly mediocre statistically. I also find it weird we don't have any other stances for them, because there's a bunch of animations from Teshin in the new war that are totally unused, which I find weird. Like, after the quest, you never see those animations again. I think they could easily be recycled. Besides the aesthetic, yeah, Hespar's not great. You think they should make a Piranha Incarnate? Not personally. It's already a very good weapon. Just needs to watch an anime about dual Nakanas, then she'll add it? Dude, probably. Heshin had like 3 stances. Yeah, that's why I'm bewildered that there aren't any. Or just dual sword stances. He has some attacks that are unique as far as I'm aware. Also, I agree, Blueprint. Teshin's part is by far the most fun part of the quest, in my opinion. I am bewildered that we never saw anything like that ever again. Also, this is the strat for getting through mirror defense, and I'm not joking at all when I say that. Just dump a bunch of specters to distract the enemies. What is the... oh, it's eroding senses, isn't it? Oh, this modifier is so cringe. We do also have Vampiric Luminous, don't we? I'm gonna be honest, if I fail this mission, I'll probably just do it on my own time off camera, because this is a pretty cancer combination of modifiers. Mag can give shield to mirror defense targets. Yeah, I noticed that in a different run I had been doing, and it's funny because I had been utilizing that strategy, and in the last 15 seconds, something insta-killed the objective. I don't even know what it was. I'm guessing that it was probably probably an anatomizer. Shit about dual Nakanas? Yeah, I find it, like, Sun and Moon's implementation feels kind of half done to me. I guess I don't really know how else to put it. It's just not a very... it's like it's a cool weapon, but not a very remarkable one. What Incarnate would you like to see? I feel like at this point, most of the things that I had on my Incarnate wishlist are mostly dealt with. The main one for me is Tigress. I feel like Tigress deserves an Incarnate. I'm spending so much time having to heal because of the abilities deal damage to you modifier. In a display case, though, that is true. Stug? I don't think we could get an Incarnate Stug because it has an alt fire already. Now, Kuva Stug, I think that could go hard. Is in the OG Duviri trailer? Yeah. Is RE2 good for an Incarnate? I don't think it's good anymore, honestly. What the fuck? Oh, I was reading chat and died again. Well, that's probably the end of this. I don't honestly feel like I can do EDA on stream with how badly I'm getting distracted. This is not going very well. Oh yeah, I'm probably toast. I'm not too bad out of shape about it. I'm not going to do this on stream, I think, because I feel like reading the chat is too difficult for me to, like, focus on something like this. With Nitro, it's normally fine because he can pick up the slack, but I'll just fucking do the Netrocells and stuff, and I'll do this later. Are the rewards worth it for EDA? I'd say yes, but it depends on your tolerance for how annoyed you're willing to get with things. I'll just pivot to the Netrocells and do that some other time. I'd finished the first mission, so I'm technically equivalent to if I did my Netrocells anyway. If you can complete at least the first mission of an EDA confidently, you might as well do it. We'll take Cyto 9, sure. Pain solo. I hate mirror defense for EDA, too. I think that it honestly highlights a lot of issues with the game for, like, that level of content having that kind of game mode, but that's besides the point. Swirling Tiger. Really? I thought that he used certain unique animations for them. I haven't played the quest in a while, though. I'll have to look. Trying to catch up a little bit here. No EDA for me. I don't blame you. Like I said, if you can complete the first mission, you might as well do it, because that's equivalent to doing Netrocells, but scared up the wolf inside me. Have they added a new pact or something, Blueprint? I haven't really kept up with Soulframe. I have not played it almost at all since I first got invited into it. Desperately need some kind of overhaul. The thing to me is I actually kind of feel like the
Netrocell is deep in this.
they added the wolf pack. Oh, okay, cool.
Get control of a few terminals. That'll help you zero in on it.
I guess change the holster position of guns. I think that would be really neat, but I don't know if they'd ever bother doing it, to be honest. Any tips? That's a fairly broad subject, to be honest. I need to think about this. I think the number one thing that I have to say, unfortunately, is I hope you have a lot of stuff, because it can pick things you don't own. So make sure that you have enough stuff that you have a decent build on a lot of things. If you have a good roll that week, you can just kind of roll with it. If you don't, though, if you don't think you can beat the first mission, don't do it. If you can beat the first mission, or if you think you can at least, might as well do it, because it's as good as doing the Netrocells anyway in terms of rewards. I should probably be using Evade, but I don't want to put it on cooldown because I'm not killing things. Maybe as a Season 2. Also, why do it solo? It is harder to keep track of things. Like, the more people that are in my lobby in-game, it just gets more hectic for me whenever I'm streaming and things like that. And beyond that, I also just kind of prefer playing the game solo. I think it's a fun challenge. Get Dante, always pick him, you're good 80% of the time. Honestly, if you have all shit options and you can tolerate the modifiers, Dante is just the win button, if you want my honest opinion. Is that enough? If you have a good Gyre build, you'll need at least one good weapon, I feel like, to deal with the Necromech Demolishers, probably. That depends, though, because if you want, you are capable of taking all the negative modifiers and foregoing one of the random options to take something of your choice. So if you can tolerate the other modifiers, then you can do that, but it's honestly, I feel like EDA, to an extent, sometimes feels like it's more of a matter of luck than skill. I'm not gonna lie to you. What do you mean, is it pronounced Gyre or Gyre? I don't know what your other optional, or your other option for the pronunciation is. It annoys me beyond measure. Yeah, I hate that it keeps showing up. It's pronounced Gear, Gyri. Melee don't seem to mix well together. I guess that entirely depends on how you play her. And melees are kind of rough against the Necromech Demolishers in general, because they have very specific weak points. I don't even know why I'm bothering with equipping an ammo type. On Neutralizer, it genuinely doesn't matter. It deals too much damage. For those of you who don't know, if you kill an enemy with, like, I am not hitting anything. If you kill an enemy with too much damage on Neutralizer, it will never actually inflict the guaranteed proc because that damage never came into play. Which I think is kind of funny. This weapon actually deals too much damage. No thoughts, just regulators? Such is the life of a Mesa playstyle. Oh, right, the fucking lightning bolts. I just stopped playing. Yeah, I will say this. If you, like, find EDA frustrating, then I don't blame you for just not playing it. Like, this is gonna be a video idea that I don't think I'll ever actually do because I expect it to have such, like, negative reception, I guess. But I thought about doing a video on Warframe's trend of randomness as difficulty with the introduction of EDA, and how I think that EDA is very flawed because it relies on that so much. Like I said, I feel like to an extent it feels like luck is more important in EDA than skill at times. And it also removes a very fun element of the game, which is, you know, loadout building across multiple items. My concern, though, is I learned from the Overguard video that if you criticize Warframe for any reason, people will decide that it's actually just because you're bad at the game. And this might sound petty of me, but I hate dealing with that shit, because it's extremely annoying. It also does not engage with the argument at all, and I learned from the Overguard video that a lot, and I mean a lot of people, that's all that they see it as, is like, well, you're just bad at the game, that's why you don't like it. And it's like, no, that's not engaging with my argument. just hate their game like a normal player base. Well, here's the thing. Warframe players do hate their game like a normal player base. The problem is that it has the same issue that a lot of other communities do, where if you think anything is flawed from a design standpoint, people will just tell you you're wrong. And oftentimes, that's not because of the fact that they think that that the issue doesn't exist, but because they think you're playing the game incorrectly and their playstyle is superior. That's what I've noticed, at least. Mirage, Envoy, Compressor, and Ruvox. Nice. I could see Mirage being very helpful for the current EDA rotation. If you have the ability to choose your loadout. Here's the thing, I don't personally really agree, but in very specific scenarios. So yes, a lot of content in this game is too easy if you can pick your loadout, but I do think there are exceptions to that. And I feel like, honestly, EDA could still be very hard with just the modifiers. But the specific example I want to cite are the Apex bosses, the Fragmented one and the Apex tank. Both of them are genuinely difficult, and you have complete loadout freedom. I think that content like that that's more carefully designed can be genuinely difficult without relying on randomness. Also, I will say I haven't interacted with any TikTok or Instagram or any Warframe community like that. I don't use those platforms, but I wouldn't be surprised based on, you know, the type of stuff that that those people generally post. I will say this, like I said, a lot of it isn't people that are saying, like, you can't criticize Warframe. A lot of it is people saying you're playing the game wrong and you're just bad at it. Something I want to make clear, maybe people have noticed this before, but I've certainly noticed it a lot more as a content creator for the game. People very... How do I put this? So, with me making videos about the game, let's start there. Let me dial this point back a little bit. I am seen in some respect as somewhat of an authority on the game. As much as I feel like that's kind of tenuous, people naturally will see me as an authority on the game. Like, if I make a video, a lot of people will see that as the correct opinion. I try to discourage that, but it's just the fact of the matter, right? So if you're in a scenario where you have an opinion that someone thinks that they can easily defeat and, like, knock you down a peg, people jump on that opportunity fairly regularly. And I'm not trying to say that people don't make valid points against the things I say, because people absolutely have in the past. There's been plenty of, like, my pinned comments on a lot of videos are full of updates of me addressing certain criticisms. And I think it's important that people give me those types of feedback that are good-natured. But a lot of people, at least as far as I've learned, is that they want to feel like they're better at the game than the content creator. So if they can strawman my argument to make themselves appear that way, they're entirely willing to do so. And it is just irritating. Because the situation I guess I find myself in with this stuff is when I make a discussion video, I'm ultimately interested in the discussion, right? This is my opinion. I want to talk about this topic with other people and see what they think. And a lot of the criticism that I received, especially in regards to the Overguard video, is that I'm just playing the game wrong and that I'm bad at it. And that doesn't address my issues at all. This game is not hard. I've done, I would argue, basically every hard thing there is to do in this game. The game's not difficult. The problem to me is that a playstyle is going extinct deliberately, and that's what I'm trying to talk about. But people don't interact with that part of the argument. I always break everything because Brainrot said it's funny. I respect that. Also, I need to catch up a little bit. EDA doesn't have the good randomness. And yeah, I agree with that. Randomness in Duviri, I think, is fine because of decrees. In EDA, it only works to make the game more annoying to play. 99% of content. And that's the thing, is I also feel like with a game like Warframe, so Warframe is a PvE game. If you want my honest opinion, if you are going to play the game in a, like, quote-unquote degenerate fashion, that's entirely your right. Like, you're allowed to play that way. If you want to abuse a meta strategy, feel free. It's a PvE game. Like, this isn't a PvP game, where if you want to play an off-meta tactic, you will be punished for that because your opponents are probably using the meta tactic. In a game like Warframe, you can do whatever you want so long as it gets the job done, and I think people kind of tend to forget that. People, like, I've seen this a lot, especially with certain other content creators in the way they talk about things, is it's like, yeah, this gun is alright, but you know, you could just use Latum. And it's like, what if I don't fucking want to use Latum, though? Like, that's just the easy, boring solution to all of my problems. I don't particularly care if there are other options that are better than this gun. I want to use this gun, and there's no reason I'm not allowed to. Favorite Warframes are being made irrelevant. And that's the shitty thing, too, and why I want to make a follow-up video, is I feel like the addition of the Protector Ancient especially cemented to me that, like, my title for DE Doesn't Understand Overguard is admittedly hyperbolic. Like, people fairly frequently, even now, leave comments getting mad at me for that title, very obviously not having watched the video. And it's kind of funny to me, because I'm just going to say this blatantly. If you watch or if you see a video and comment something negative or even positive purely based on the title, you're a dumbass. Watch the video before commenting on it. I don't know why I have to say this, and I imagine most of you here are probably reasonable enough to do that, but many people aren't. But I feel like the addition of the Protector Agent actually made me like, holy shit, they genuinely don't understand this mechanic anymore, do they? Like, what the fuck is going on? Why does this enemy exist? Catch up a little bit. I don't even get how people could be meta slaves here. I think it's okay. I need to catch up before going on this rant. Have I successfully strawmanned your argument? I feel like you probably couldn't get away with putting a slur in the title, honestly. To know why it was a bad title, yeah, and like I think that, like I said, why is the Daggett loadout called White Woman? I'll let you think about that for a little bit. Okay, so, and I want to be strong, and that's the thing too. Also, what does strawman mean? A strawman means you are deliberately attacking a weaker version of someone's argument. So, like, so in this example, right, my argument about the abundance of Overguard in this game and why I don't personally like it is because I think it makes crowd control frames suffer and that it's removing that playstyle from the game. The straw man of that argument is people saying that I'm bad at the game, because that doesn't directly address any of my criticisms. You're attacking a deliberately weaker version of the argument by making it sound simpler and in most ways more stupid than it actually is. There is also the opposite version of this, which is generally a good thing to do, called steel manning. Steel manning is where you deliberately interpret the most charitable possible version of your opponent's argument so that you can try and make the strongest counter-argument possible. Also, they remove the possibility to remove Overguard by killing the Ancient. Yep, and the Ancient restores Overguard to itself, which is complete bullshit.
Now you have to find the Netracell.
But okay, so when it comes to the meta slave thing, I kind of want to talk about this. So,
Even he got lost down here.
if you play into the meta, that's fine. You know, do what you want in this game. I don't think it particularly matters. If you like to play with, you know, Revenant and Torrid and all that stuff, that's totally fine. You're completely allowed to do that. The thing that I think for a lot of people what crosses the line is kind of twofold. One are things that are exceedingly disruptive to other players. Like the comment I made about the comment I made in the Wukong video jokingly about the slam Wukong strategy, that kind of stuff was incredibly disruptive. And if you are playing a meta strategy that removes the ability for other people to play the game, you should kind of expect them to not really enjoy that. But beyond that, I think what makes it an issue for people is when people who play to the meta talk down to them, or talk about how they, like, you know, interrogate them almost. Like, has anyone else ever been in this scenario when they're talking to someone in the Warframe community and they tell you, like, you should be using X or you should be using Y or why aren't you using Z? And it's just like, because I don't want to? And that kind of thing drives me fucking crazy because that just misses the point. Warframe is a game with so many options that I don't have to take the best thing, and you're totally allowed to if that's how you want to play, but not everyone has to play that way. so much more for other factors. Here's the thing. I think Revenant is just easy. That's why he's so popular, is because he's incredibly brain dead. I think there are plenty of frames in the game that are much better than him, but it doesn't really matter because he's so easy that people will gravitate towards him naturally. What I want to say, though, on the other side of the coin, I feel like sometimes people prop up meta slaves themselves as this sort of, you know, straw man to attack in terms of the issues that they find with the game or with the player base. If someone is playing to the meta, I feel like that, like I said, if it's not disrupting your experience actively, I don't really care. And I feel like some people, like, will also talk down to or attack people who like certain Warframes because those Warframes are considered good. And I also think that kind of behavior is not acceptable either. Though, in my own experience, I have encountered many more people, you know, bitching you out for not playing to the meta than people bitching someone out for playing to the meta. Need to catch up a little bit. You don't need the survivability at all anyways. I think that it, like I said, it depends on how... Revenant is a very particular Warframe in terms of one specific thing. Revenant is popular, and this is going to sound really harsh, and I don't mean it to sound that way. Revenant is popular because a very large amount of people who play this game don't know how it works. And that's not to try and, like, I don't mean to be mean when I say that. This game is incredibly complicated, right? I've been playing it for 11 years, and there's still shit I don't understand about it. But at the same time, Revenant is such a popular option because you don't have to understand the game almost at all to get a lot of mileage out of him. I think ultimately it's an issue of the game not explaining certain mechanics enough. Revenant is good because people don't understand what their alternatives are. In an age where you don't see them as often. I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of their name either. Have you seen when content creators had to explain that their builds aren't universal and are personal? I don't really watch that much Warframe content personally, but I know that that's a thing that people sometimes have to do. People don't get about Warframe the most. It's kind of a broad question, honestly. You're like, what do people don't get about Warframe? I've made a few videos talking, like, is DR dead was honestly a big one, of, like, I don't think people understand this mechanic. And that was actually part of, like, why I made that video, like, on the topic of the survivability thing, right, and people not understanding it. Is DR dead was a combination of a discussion video and an educational video, where I wanted to talk about those options, both to establish what we were even talking about, but also to educate players on, like, hey, here are your options for survivability if you're struggling. Pushing content and builds not actual endgame. I agree with that. 100% I agree with that. Level cap is not endgame, and that's another video I've considered making, but I don't know if I'm going to bother with it. Because I enjoyed it a lot. And I'm like, that video has done surprisingly well, all things considered, and I'm glad it's gone over well, because I think it's an important topic. Professor Disto, yeah, that makes sense. War is universal racism. I mean, are you really being racist if you hate everyone, though? I think that's just called, like, we've evolved from racism because you're not hating people on the basis of their race at that point, right? Or faction in this case. You're just like a really mean person in general. You've ascended past just, like, paltry racism. You've made it to the end game. Don't hate people based on the color of their skin. Hate them for literally no reason at all. W hating, as the kids would say. Don't gotta play anything if you don't wanna. I think, like, I feel like, how do I put this? I do think Warframe has an endgame, that they've developed one in the past couple of years. And there's certain items where if you want that item, you'll have to interact with certain content. That's just kind of naturally how it is. But at the same time, Warframe doesn't have nearly as strong of an endgame as other games. And that's why people end up kind of pushing the narrative that level cap is endgame. This is going to probably be considered a bizarre take, but, oh, I am... Okay, my game was not registering my keyboard inputs for a second. But... So, thanks for stopping by. But the endgame content in Warframe, how I view it is the endgame content are Netra cells, Archon hunts, EDA, and Steel Path Circuit. EDA is by far the hardest of those, but I feel like you can identify kind of key things you can only get from those environments that are a step above things and are only accessible in harder content. Like, Archon shards only come from Archon hunts, EDA, and Netra cells. Those are all a step above regular difficult content. And Steel Path Circuit gives you the Incarnate adapters, which are also a step above, you know, regular content in exchange for those things. I feel like those things are more endgame activities in terms of the development of, right? But ultimately, I feel like the topic is kind of nebulous in general. 1999 grant shards now too. I guess that's true, but you have so... The shards rewards from there are kind of unimpressive, I guess, if you ask me. From endgame in that case. Yeah, I feel like call missions, I don't feel like I'd consider them endgame in terms of, like, difficulty level, but I don't know, they were annoying, I guess I'll say that much. As in skillful. I still think EDA is more contingent on luck than skill for the most part, but that's just my opinion. Has life gotten to you? My videos are fairly far behind schedule. Or at least content requiring a group. Yeah, I think that's probably as well. Why did I start you with Spy, the worst mission type to learn? I think that Spy's a fun game mode, personally. It's very different from the rest of the game in a good way. I don't know, personally I enjoy it. I will say, in regards to the raid thing, I've talked about this on stream several times. I do not think raid should return. And my reasoning for that is fairly simple. I do not think there should be content in Warframe you can't do by yourself. I think that it's totally fine to have content where it's easier to do it with a group. I do not think it should ever be required. And I feel like a big part of that for me is just my time in the Destiny community. I think it's like, from what Phoenix told me, I think it's like 70% of players have never done a raid. Like, when you have content that requires other people, oftentimes people won't do it because they can't. And I feel like locking people out of certain types of content because they don't have a group size large enough for it kind of sucks, and I don't want them to implement something like that. Not the only thing, but I find it pretty fun. I do actually think that getting the solo Apex boss glyphs is a really fun challenge. Stealth is, yeah, I agree with that. I've thought about doing a video about stealth and how it's kind of been abandoned, but I don't know if I'll ever get around to it. It's a fairly minor topic, I guess.
Not what I was hoping for, but that could still come in handy.
For not killing anything, that's rough. I could only play solo till they fixed it? Damn. Can't force anyone to do that, and it annoys me. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Some people just won't take the time to learn, but I also feel like there are certain things Warframe just doesn't explain. Endearing abilities. I don't know if you've seen LEU, but as of 1999, the Disruptor no longer grants the ability resistance aura. That has fortunately been removed. All of the ancient reworks were great, except for the Protector. Are you a fellow Lavos main? I don't really main a particular Warframe. Lavos is definitely one of my favorites, I'll say that much. Using the info on the wiki, but it doesn't work. Apex Tank is kind of a tricky boss fight. The strategy I used was Burst on Incarnon and Lex Incarnon. The main thing, the first phase will get you killed, you just have to speedrun it as fast as possible. You might actually be able to find it if you want to see me do it. I streamed it a while back. In the playlist or in the description is the VOD playlist if you want to go watch it, just to kind of see what I did for that. But my strategy was Armor Strip with Vastalock, and then use the Burst on Incarnon in the first phase to break all the individual nodes. If you Armor Strip, you should be able to one-shot the tank with your first RPG. Oh, I forgot to go on D&D. I am late as hell. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, though. But for the second part, like his second phase, the Lex Incarnon going through the tank lets it destroy the weak points really, really efficiently. The main thing you have to be afraid of is the balloons that spawn the acid. Don't touch it. In the second phase, if you see the tendrils that come out of the ground, If you see the tendrils come out of the ground, kill them as fast as possible. They will ruin your life if you leave the tendrils in the second phase that spawn the, like, goo on the floor as well. And whenever the tank, like, slams itself into the wall, like, with pulling its tentacles into a wall, use a crowd control ability or be ready to try and stay off the ground so the suicide bombing maggots can't kill you. Those were the things that I had kind of found when I did it.
Yes, your eyes aren't
Can cheese the first phase. I haven't heard of that strategy, but I guess that makes sense. Lay them in Samples to melt the points. Yeah, I could see that working. So I just did Burst On and Lex because that's what I had used for a lot of other things, honestly.
Word to the wise, Tenno. Do not ask about me.
Murmur or no
And just spend
murmur,
plat to win. And that's kind of how it is, I guess, for some people, but... and stuff like that. I think he's definitely capable of that level of content, but with EDA in particular, it's a matter of do you actually get him in your rotation. Makes you want Canadian healthcare, that's rough. If they should that got me, now I understand why. Yeah, it can be tricky. Why isn't there a Bird 4? Because Bird 3 is perfect. There's no need to make... you can't make a better one. Is in 10 days. Any idea on what I should do? That's funny because my birthday is actually Saturday. So mine's coming up too, and I don't even know what to do for my own birthday, so you're on your own for this one, I'm sorry. Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up. I will say as well, if you asked a question and I didn't reply to it, I'm not deliberately ignoring you. It's hard to keep up with things, so feel free to re-ask it if you had something that you wanted me to see that I missed. It can be a little bit difficult at times. We'll take Hildren for this, I think.
What'll it be? How long? Let's rob the old...
Not deliberately ignoring you? Yeah, real and true. Got any new brain viruses? I'm not really sure what that means. At least not in this particular context. Pause it, you. Can I have a cigarette? I don't have any on me, sorry. For finding the Netracell door? I've heard about it, but I haven't actually learned how to do it. I guess I'm aware of its existence. That's about as deep as it gets. Whenever, right? Yeah, if you ever, like, I will say this, I can be bad about replying to Discord messages, and I'm very sorry if you ever DM me on Discord and I didn't reply. I see everything sent to me on Discord. I just forget to reply a lot of the time. But yeah, feel free to DM me on Discord if you're part of it. Grattler Gang, you can just find me there. I will say, if you're going to reach out to me, don't ping me in Grattler Gang, purely because I probably will forget about it. If you DM me, there's a much higher chance I'll see it and be like, oh shit, I forgot to reply to that. It explained every exalted weapon. That would go crazy. Why is it summer? I do think that summer is probably my favorite because I can actually see during it. Is Cool Kid a furry? That's a great question. What Warframe would you want to see as a proto-frame? I would like to see the rest of the original 8, as well as Frost, all make it into the proto-frame lineup. So like Ember, Ash, Loki, Rhino, Frost, those ones. My terrible Tigress Prime build. I feel like it, I don't know, kind of depends on who you interact with to an extent, but I want to see Bazul become a 4th Archon. I'd like them to remember the entire Narmer storyline even exists. He's just an incel. Ash needs a rework. I personally disagree. I think Ash, like, he could maybe use a touch-up, but I think he's pretty good, all things considered. He's just kind of slow. I think that's kind of his main issue to me. In the modern era, Ash's ability to kill large groups is very slow compared to his competition. Three tiles adjacent from the 3rd terminal? Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, wait, yeah, if only. Fight09 would be great as a proto-frame, real and true. Like that. I guess I could see that in terms of like the Valkyr proto-frame. Okay. How do you survive without parkour velocity charge? It's just kind of how I'm used to playing the game, I guess. They rework Exalted. If they rework the entire system, that would be rough. But I already have, like... With the Exalted series, I already have stuff written up to overhaul some of the existing videos. My current plan is once the series is done, I'm going to gather up all the community feedback I've gotten and then implement it into the videos and re-release it to make them as good as they can be. And then if they ever rework an Exalted, like individually, I'll just remake its episode. If they rework the entire system, that would be rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you think you can actually, or you can accurately understand how much you'd enjoy a frame just off choosing them in the circuit? Maybe. I feel like I would say, if you want a more accurate idea, picking no decrees would probably help. I'd say, like, yes, but specifically if you don't pick any decrees. That would probably be the most accurate way to gauge it, because you're not going to... It'll make it clearer what is, you know, the frame is good versus what is the decrees are carrying certain things. The idea of pseudo-exalted weapons. I wish that they were separately moddable from melees, but I understand there's no way to do that without nerfing the shit out of them. So I don't think it'll ever happen. I think they're fine where they're at for the most part, but I guess we'll have to see. Will you change your gender? Probably no. Yeah, Rebecca said that, like it was a joke answer, but it seems to be kind of an open door. Like, maybe there will be more photo frames in the future. I think we need less Exalteds, or are you arguing they should remove some? We don't even actually, like, have that many. I guess now, I'd say maybe a fifth of the cast has an Exalted weapon. Because we got 3 new Exalted weapons just last year, which was surprising, because we hadn't gotten one in such a long time up to that point. The last one we had gotten was Sevagoth in 2021, I think it was. So getting 3 in the same year was pretty surprising. Having 2 Exalted's pissed. I'm guessing you mean in terms of the modding, because he only has 1 Exalted weapon, but Exalted Shadow is considered a separate entity, I guess. They did give him more polarities for his prime. That they have more innate polarities to help sort of offset that. When are we getting a helmet that's Exalted? I feel like because Exalteds are often like very key abilities to their respective Warframe, we probably won't ever see that, but I guess we'll have to see. Exalted super jump. Also, they should remove parkour. Stay based. How is Holdren? I think that with her augment, Aegis Gale, she's very, very strong. They also did say on a dev short they are actually thinking about reintroducing super jump as a joke helmet ability, which I really hope they do. I have been asking for that for a long-ass time. Part of our 2026 rework source. It was revealed to me in a dream by the Unum. Exactly. Yeah, my source is that the Unum told me. Works cited this fucking... the Vor Dark Shadow Evil pack. More options would be cool. I think it'd be neat if we got more helmet-specific ones. When you slam down. That's kind of just like the one Kaith ability. What is... yeah, it's the Kaith's, I want to say, 3rd ability that works like that. Might be the... I think it's the 3rd.
Take whatever Albrecht was hiding and get back to the sanctum.
Nitro hoof stomp his balls. And that, I feel like if they did that, it would just make all the existing faction mods redundant is the thing. Personally, I don't think you need faction mods in most higher level content, unless you're going like level cap level, but that's just me. But I agree with you in terms of them being annoying to swap out, which is why I just don't use them. They need to make less factions. All right, everyone, which faction are we removing from the game? If we need less factions, which factions gotta go? I should say if you remove, like, a variant faction or, like, the original faction, the others will remain. So if I remove Grenier, Kuva Grenier would still exist. But, you know, and if I remove Kuva Grenier, the wider Grenier would still exist. But what are we thinking? What faction should be removed? Tenno? Based? Vent Kids? You know, I could see that.
Which I believe you will find quite engaging.
Vapus Corpus? That's a very specific one. YouTubers? I don't think that's a proper faction. Wish they would add railjack enemies to normal Star Chart. I think it'd honestly be pretty cool if they did something like that. I think the Zeramin has access to a couple of them. I might be misremembering, though. Like Fishers, yeah, and like the 1999 content is like that, too. You have a bunch of Bane of YouTuber mods? I hope so.
With the impossible
And Thrax Murmur. I honestly, like, I think a lot of it is to try and encourage more build variety. I don't know. I don't personally agree that we need less factions. I feel like the variety is interesting, I guess to me personally, at least. I don't think it also matters that much, because, like, I don't know. I don't think Bane mods are necessary, and beyond that, even, like, taking certain elemental types also really isn't necessary. You can do so much damage in this game that I generally think that if you just want to, like, take some unoptimal shit, you're allowed to do really whatever you want. You know, I'll take Ash for this, why not? Getting mauled from various angles. What is this destiny? And so they were a proper standalone faction? I agree. I wish the sentient tile set also was something more than like a railjack Easter egg. Age of consent laws? Fucking hell. Kind of screw over corrupted. I don't really know what you mean. I guess you could elaborate on what you mean by that. What's that site link up there? It is a domain I actually own. It just redirects to my YouTube channel.
Come to me in humility. Abase yourself.
Not being Bane mods for every faction is annoying, and I guess that's fair. Some factions not having one is kind of weird. I feel like... because we got them for Murmur. I don't think we have them for Tekrot or Skaldra currently. I guess that's fair. If the issue for you is like you wish that, or you think it's annoying that there aren't consistent Bane mods across all of them, then yeah, I think it's completely reasonable.
Be on the lookout for increased security measures. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
For a bootleg Universal Bane, I'm pretty sure they're multiplicative with each other is the thing, so... yeah. I do not care. I'm not shutting this stuff off. Didn't we get Bane mods for Narmer? I believe so? Honestly, it doesn't matter in terms of, like, to me, in terms of, like, Narmer is such an infrequent, you know, enemy, but... or an infrequent faction. Is in the new war? Yeah, it was added, I believe, during Scarlet Spear and never came up again. Tekrot is infested in Skaldra being Grenier. For Bane mods, I don't think so. Tekrot might be infested, because they could be considered a variant faction. The Skaldra have the same matchup chart as Grenier, but I don't believe they're considered the same faction. I'd have to look, though. Bane of everything mod, 1.1 times damage to everything. I feel like that'd be so, like, mediocre. I don't know. Also, Archon whooping tips. If you have any of the original Incarnins, like Fenmore or Felarks especially, those are very good for killing them. At this point, I just kind of use whatever for the hell of it, because their damage attenuation got massively reduced back in the day, and they're not nearly as tanky. Elemental matchups anyway. The only difference is that the only difference with that is that they are resistant to gas damage, but otherwise, yeah. I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I have 10 Okai on this. 10% of each elemental damage type. DE said. Where did they say that? I guess I don't necessarily doubt you. I'm not sure where that came from because I had never seen it. I could probably go test it, I guess. Bane of Grenier working on Scaldra is very strange from a lore standpoint, though. I'll say that much.
Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Or is Era pretending? Presumably Pazul is possessing Era, but
There's a heavy
who knows? They abandoned this storyline 3 years ago. What could ye olde corpus be? Well, that's the thing, is that I don't think Scaldra are old Grenier, because Grenier are, like, worker clones of, like, certain genetic bases. I don't feel like I would consider the Scaldra the original Grenier, necessarily. I don't know, maybe that's what DE intends for them to be, but that's not the perception I had gotten from how they, are in the game. Thrax enemies are considered what faction? I believe they're like a unique faction that only takes additional damage from Void? I'd have to double check that, though.
data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Isn't the last we see of Narmer? I mean, it has to not be, because the plot is still open-ended for what happens to Bazul. They just totally forgot to actually finish it.
This out of him, if I have to.
Just use 1 or 2 elements and call it a day. Oh, that's what you meant. I feel like you could kind of always do that, but I see what you're coming from. Also, welcome Sci-Fi. I'm just doing my weeklies at the moment. Their whole thing is... I mean, I know that much, but I feel like, in terms of... I guess I don't know why that would work. I can test it, honestly. That would be easy. Should I sacrifice my liver to play Warframe? Why are you in a situation where sacrificing your liver is the only route that allows you to play the game? What exactly is going on there that leads to that circumstance? Finish the baby Warframe plotline. If you mean like the Operator, I feel like the Operator's arc is kind of over already. At least the arc that we were in for the longest time is over, right? The Sentient arc ended with the new war. Let me just grab... We can just test this, because now I'm curious. I probably have some few, like, random mods on this that I, had on for something. Let me... Whoops. Take this off. Okay. I actually don't know, now that I think of it, if I have the Bane mods even upgraded. Okay, I do have, Prime Bane of Grenier and Prime Bane of Infested. Okay. Keep Warcramming. Thanks for stopping by, Sci-Fi. Operator's arc is done. It's Drifter's arc now. Yeah, I feel like the Operator might end up in more side stories, but I feel like the Operator's story is kind of, like, finished for now. Oh, the baby... Oh, you mean the baby Warframe. I was thinking you meant... People call the Operator baby mode. You mean, Stalker's child. Fair enough. Is not part of the Operator plot. I still think the Operator does have one major thing that's kind of still... on the fence, and that is the deal that was made between the Operator and Wally, but I think we're going to focus on the Drifter for now. Also, Reb was on the Undercroft stream a few days ago, and they can want to continue the Stalker story at some point. I guess we'll just have to see when. Also, go figure. Look, I'm going to sound bitter when I say this, but it does kind of piss me off that kind of stuff happens with, like, Reb being on Aztecross's stream. Aztecross is a fucking Destiny YouTuber. Because he has a massive audience and they sponsored him, he's playing the game. That kind of miffs me, I'm not going to lie. Go to the Ambulance Arena. That will try to wipe us out again. I'm reasonably certain that whatever is going on with Tau is just kind of being left alone for now. Let's just grab something. Oh yeah, okay. Let me just get like a Lancer. I don't want them to be this high of a level though, because then I won't deal any significant damage. We'll do 50. Or no, I'm not a Lancer. I'm stupid. Scaldra. That's an Eximus. Scaldra Jaeger. That should be fine. Poaching D2 content creators, unironically. So, body shot is 16 damage. So Warframe currently, that's true, but I don't know. It still feels like I kind of wish that like DE would engage with their existing community more. Let me get the Bane of Grenier. So 16 damage on a body shot. Is that still the case or different with this? Still 16. Okay, so Bane of Grenier does not work against the Skuldra. People finish their sponsor and dip. That's true, but I feel like it's kind of a continual thing, to be honest. And I will say, like, look, like I said, I'm not trying to sound bitter in terms of, like, I get that Aztecross is committed to the game and that he's doing a fairly good job. I actually think it's really cool that he's playing the game, all things considered. But it just kind of does rub me the wrong way a bit that I feel like he gets preferential treatment in that regard, I guess. He's going to quit. Why did I spawn this guy? What am I doing? I was looking for... I'm getting distracted. Tech Rot, that's what I'm looking for. I don't know how many of these I even have scanned. They're almost all Eximus units, but I do have this. What have I missed so far? Nothing important. 36. For 2 streams straight. That's something I've also kind of noticed. It feels like Aztecross is so distracted with his chat that I feel like he kind of misses some stuff from what I've watched. But... because this is just even beyond, like, any ongoing, I guess, in-jokes. I feel like his chat distracts him a lot. Alright, with Bane of Infested... did my damage go down? Oh no, it did go up. How do I get the squads in the Simulacrum? I believe you have to have every constituent enemy of the squad scanned, but I might be misremembering. Okay, well, we've answered that question, I guess. That was pain. Grim. But yeah, and like I said, I feel like, because this is something that I guess I wouldn't know for sure, but I feel like when it comes to the Warframe developers, I feel like they kind of are very choosy with who they interact with. Like, there are some people that are directly, like, able to contact the developers, like Brozyme and No Sympathy and stuff like that. But a lot of the Warframe's existing content creation scene doesn't seem to have any access to them, which I find a little off-putting, I guess, at least not consistent access to them. So that's just why I'm a little bothered that Aztecross, I guess, despite being so new, would be able to have someone so high up in the company make an appearance on their stream. And then again, I feel like even if DE is aware of me, they probably wouldn't want to associate with me because I'm a fucking nutcase. So I can't really blame them there.
Excellent armaments, operator.
The next one was a defense, I think.
Safe and sound.
The best option for that is just to do it as fast as possible, I'm not gonna lie. That we all have to play 1999. Yeah, who knows? I think DE's forgotten about Umbra too, I'm gonna be honest with you. Discourse that took place, yeah, it'd be over. I don't know, because it's the same with, like, Pablo's interview with Pirate Software. Like, Pirate Software himself had said that he hadn't played the game in a long time. So, like, why were we giving the interview to Pirate Software? Like, I know that they're part of the same Twitch team, Pablo and Pirate Software are, so, like, that much makes sense. But why don't we have people that actually play the game? Talking with the developers in these types of contexts, I guess? Like, I get, and yeah, ultimately it's because they have a large audience. I feel like that's definitely a big part of it. But I also feel like it would be beneficial to have, like, the only member of the community that I know of that has ever had, like, a Pablo interview like that was Brozyme. Trying to reach a new audience. That's the thing, is with 1999 there's been a huge marketing push. So I think that a big part of it is that they're trying to, that they are trying to do that, is just get as many people into the game as possible with the new content there, especially because of the fact that Destiny is struggling so much. Chipper died already? What the fuck? Anyways. This controversy happened a week after. I am familiar with the pirate software controversy. I'm gonna be honest with you, though. I feel like a lot of people are jumping on it for shit that's kind of stupid, because now's their opportunity to. With the set bonus. That's true. If you're using sacrificial pressure, it's more for the crit chance bonus on steel. How linear the story's narrative is. I think the main thing is that, like, they want to expand the content after the new war, but it takes so long to reach that it's hard to get people involved with that content because it takes so long to access. And I think Duviri was a great example of why we should find ways other than just making things available too early. Catching up a little bit as well. Sucks, but yeah, and that's part of it too. I don't know, like I said, I feel like I wish that the developers would kind of interact with their existing content creation scene more, because I feel like as it stands, they're mostly going towards people outside of the content creation team, or the existing content creation space, that are being sponsored to play Warframe, and then they're giving them that exclusive content, which I just kind of find bothersome, I guess. And I don't even mean like they would have to, like, you know, come on my stream or something. That would probably never happen. But there are plenty of people that play this game that I feel like could be in that situation, and I find it a little bizarre that they don't, you know, do that. They did that with Kome. Kome being marketed towards new players, like, she wasn't a major story expansion, I guess is the thing, but that was stupid for its own host of reasons. And on the highs of gambling. I talked about it more in-depth on stream before, and I may do a video about it at some point. I think that Kome is a good Warframe in a very specific niche, and I wish that she would be broadened to work outside of that niche. I'll admit, if I talk about this, I'm going to ramble about it for like 15 minutes. So, the one-of-a-kind primed handspring, that would go crazy. With Duviri is crazy. Transference being introduced in Duviri was a massive mistake. It should be after the second dream at the very least. How long until Garuda lore? At this point, I doubt it's ever happening. Ramble. The problem is I've done it multiple times in the past. Could Duviri and Railjack over big new standing update. I think the difficulty with that is it's much harder to market improvements to existing content than brand new content, especially because certain people don't like Duviri or Railjack, right? So they'd rather that stuff not get updated. Damn. Shipper, get up, you weakling. Garuda Prime 2, hell yeah. Duviri is mid as hell. I personally disagree. I love Duviri, and I would like to see it get more stuff, but I know plenty of people do not like it, and that's why I understand why they don't put a ton of effort into it now that it's kind of seen its content cycle. That's why they don't really do it. I don't know. That's the weird thing, because, like... Now, I'll say this. I've never been part of the partner program, and I probably never will be. I genuinely don't expect to ever get invited to it. But I feel like, from what I've heard through people like Sab and whatnot, the partner program kind of had a big falling out moment that caused it to get restructured, and it's possible that existing Warframe partners are so much more sanitized in general, I guess, compared to what they were before. But even beyond that, it may be the case that DE doesn't want to interact with people because they don't know, I guess, what the nature of that interaction would be. It's hard to say, honestly. We're going to Zerman in the new war. Stallard got a sponsorship from them at one point, and I would think it'd be great if he got to interview a writer or something like that, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. Retalius PTSD. As far as I have heard, a big part of why the content creator program was restructured was specifically to get Retalius and AGGP out of the program. But I want to make this clear, that is a rumor I have heard. I have no concrete evidence for this, and I do not want anyone to repeat it like it's true because I said it. This is just what I have heard.
As shepherd and minister.
She never found it? Yeah, probably. Grim. First failed content creator program. I don't really know, because like Sab was in the program, but he left, which was part of what prompted its restructuring from what he's explained to me. He left the program because he felt like their feedback and input and stuff was just never being heard. Where is the Exalted video? 3 of them are out already, actually 4. And they performed like shit, so I don't want to hear it anymore. Blame Retalius? Not necessarily. Retalius was not let back into the program afterwards, and I'll be honest, I think Retalius, by the time he quit the game, really needed to. Like, it was clear that he was just losing his mind. That got him kicked. That is kind of surprising, I'm not gonna lie. Were they? Retalius, honestly, these are such deep rabbit holes, it's really hard to explain. They performed bad? Yes, they performed very bad. If Sab was in the program, you could just make a... Oh no, Sab was removed from the program way before that video came out. He hasn't been in the partner program in many years. I believe Trib was also not allowed in the program, or not let back into the program, something like that. Childish behavior. Content creation scenes will always beget drama, I suppose. For more Mega Man videos. I guess you could see it that way. I will say, in regards to the Exalted videos, I feel like Exalted Blade and Hysteria had a lot of information I wish that I talked about that I didn't. Urkavat Chairman Meow. I don't actually know. A lot of the original drama video I remember about, like, corruption at DE, specifically attacked, I think it was either Taylor or Danielle. And I think it kind of crosses a line when you start to target a person. Like, if you want to talk about how, like, the Guides of the Lotus program and stuff is bad, that's fine. But once you start to go after a specific person, you kind of start to lose me.
Stop sweating, Margaret. Stan's doing fine.
Crux, I respect that. Gone sexual. Will you stop doing them? I still want to finish the series, but it's not going to be as much of a focus anymore. I will say a lot of the old content creation scene is kind of gone. I feel like I got my foot in the door with the Iceberg, with kind of like the cusp of a lot of new age sort of Warframe content creators, like Blueprint, Shiro, Nova Umbral, people like that kind of started to make content around or shortly after I did. I remember when Nova Umbral was a smaller channel than mine, but unfortunately for me, right in the YouTube sphere, his content's better than mine. So he's much bigger than me now. But I remember back when like people would post in my Discord like his videos talking about like open worlds and stuff like that before we started doing the whole like Warframe historian thing. And now I speak to him on occasion, which is a little bit weird. It's the same thing with like Sabuchi. I never expected that I would know these people when I first started doing that kind of thing. For collectivization of agriculture. That is how it feels. Do any Guides of the Lotus even play anymore? I'm pretty sure the program was dissolved. I guess I don't know if anyone who was in it still plays. But I wish I did level cap footage in the background. It makes me feel many things. Yeah, that's fucked up. Oh god. Oh god. I am repeatedly getting one shot through my operator. I was trying to read. What the fuck? Well, that was almost very bad. Anyways, in-game once. I have been in a lobby with... I know Blueprint was in a lobby with Tactical Potato, and I remember... Who was it that I was in a lobby with back in the day? There was some YouTuber. I can't remember who it was. It was before I started making videos. Is this Zoomer creator? Crazy shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for me... Fermented Warframe. How did you manage to be friends with Sab? It's kind of a weird story, actually. Sabuchi saw the Iceberg and saw that I was streaming, and so he just popped into the stream. And it's funny because Nitro almost banned him because he thought he was a fake account. Like, Nitro didn't expect the actual Sabuchi to show up on my channel, and at the time, at least, you could not click on someone's profile and then go to their channel in the desktop version of YouTube's moderation tools. So, he had no way to know it was the real Sabuchi. But Sabuchi answered a question that only the real Sabuchi would be able to respond so quickly with, and we realized that actually is Sabuchi. You can get a specific ephemera from Barrow. Rough shit. One more wave. This game mode is so fucking boring.
I think she's just about good, mate.
Warframe TP to the operator. Maybe they could introduce like an arcane or something that does that. I see where you're coming from. What was the question? It was something to do with the ongoing Texas meme at the time, I think, which I didn't even know about. Funnily enough, the people in my chat could verify that it was probably the real Sab. I don't know, because, like, and I will say as well, to catch more lives, thanks. Also, 10, yeah, I just think it's boring, dude. I'm gonna be honest. 10 waves of defense like this is just boring. But, like, I feel bad, because Sab has offered for me to be on his streams and stuff, and it's just always bad timing. I'll be honest with you all just up front. I'm bad at keeping in touch with people in general. Like, there are a few people that I really try to, like, make sure that I don't, you know, mess that up with. But in general, I struggle with it a lot. And oh dear, I have had my shields broken. Battlelist Disco is a fairly threatening move even after all this time. I am afraid of it. But I wish that, like, I want to do more stuff with Sab on, like, on his stream or on my own channel. But I'm just an idiot. That's the problem.
There you go. One Archon, coordinates and all.
Due to bad timing. I don't care about that kind of stuff, to be honest. Sorry, I bumped my mic when I sat up there.
The scans are complete, Tau. Prepare for an assault on the Archon.
And participate to his 24-hour stream. I might pop in if I have the opportunity. But, wow, why is Chipper so close to death? What good did the disco move have for preparing for Tau? Recreation, so you could do dance parties. That's what it was for. I feel like 7 Netro cells all play identical. For the most part, they do. I don't like Netro cells a ton either, personally. I think that defense is also fairly boring, though. There's a lot of game modes in this game I think are boring, to be honest. For the actual boss... I don't normally think very hard about this. You know, we'll take Frumentarius here. He runs from my reservoirs. Damn. But yeah, I don't know, it's weird to me that I know Sabuchi because I never thought I would. There are plenty of Warframe YouTubers I don't know and probably never will. Like, I've gotten comments from people like iFlynn and Nightmare Frame, but I've never spoken with them. It's funny because at one point, Sabuchi asked me, he was like, "Cool Kid, when are you going to have Trib on one of your streams?" And I'm like, Sab, I don't know Trib. Like, I don't know what you expect from me in that regard. And I don't, like, that's the thing. The only content creator that I can think of, at least, that I reached out to first was Blueprint. Because Blueprint was in my Discord, and I had noticed that they were in my Discord when they had submitted something for Dripper Drown. And I was like, oh, I know who Blueprint is. You can choose the ammo element? Yes, if you hold the button, you can pick it. Otherwise, it's just random. But I was like, oh, I know who Blueprint is. And I, you know, like, reached out to him like, hey, I think your content's, you know, great, and that kind of went from there. But, like, Sabuchi reached out to me first, Nova Umbral reached out to me first, Shiro reached out to me first. Generally, I'm a fairly antisocial person, all things considered. And so normally, I don't reach out to people. So if someone... Oh, he just dispelled my shit. Rough. But if someone, you know, wants to get in touch with me or, like, would like to speak with me, don't wait on me reaching out to you first. It won't happen. I don't have my... As I was in the process of saying, I don't have my cloak. Yeah, I got rocked. Oh, there are no good enemies for me to self-res off of right now. I think I actually have just been punked. This is what I get for reading my chat again. Oh, this guy's gonna have way too much health. I wasn't that far in the mission. It's not the end of the world. I am doing really bad this evening. I need to just stop reading and lock in at this rate. When's the next Drippers round? No idea. Like, I'll be honest with you all. The last Drippers round was such an insane amount of work that it's difficult for me to, like, make another one without reevaluating how I approach it. And I just haven't gotten around to that yet because it was a difficult thing to put together. I'll say that much. Let me just take my Oberon. This should be less risk, because if I get dispelled, I can just turn my shit back on. I won't just immediately die because I don't have my cloak for 30 seconds. If I was paying attention, I would have been fine. Do public? No. I'm sorry, I absolutely fucking hate playing public lobbies in this game. I think it is the easiest way to suck all of the fun out of Warframe. Because I will walk into a lobby of 3 slam strat Wukongs, and I will not do anything.
This is the grotesque truth behind Fazul's gospel of a new leader.
A physical event at Ponpushka? That would go crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that would go crazy. Trying to build up my Incarnate Charge, but nobody is looking at me. Okay, you know, fair enough. I hate my wife humor laugh, real and true. And of course, that would be so nonchalant. Like, that's the kind of the thing for me too, is that, like, as a... This is going to be a very broad existential statement. I apologize in advance for this. Does anyone else ever get hit with the, like, harsh realization that you exist outside of your own perception and other people can independently interact with your, like, with the concept of you as a person and form independent opinions? Does that bother anyone else? That, like, oh yeah, I'm a person that exists, like, outside of my own perception of myself and the people that interact with me directly, people can form opinions on me that I'll never know about? I end up in that situation a lot, I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. It needs to not be possible, thanks. Well, I do now. Yeah, my apologies. Like I said, I'm sorry. Anyone who has not thought about this before, I'm sorry in advance. But with this one gang, my apologies. But that's the kind of thing for me with, like, a lot of, like I don't know what people's perception of me is, and I forget that other people perceive me at all sometimes. Like, finding out people like Sabuchi or Nova Umbral knew who I was or watched my videos was incredibly bizarre to me, because I just kind of forget that people watch my videos at all. Don't know that you're secretly a YouTuber. A few of them do. I'd actually say quite a few of them know about my YouTube channel. I'm too dissociative to perceive myself. You know, fair enough. It's like the classic, my pronouns do not exist. I do not have any pronouns. Do not refer to me. It is what it is for that stuff. You gotta bust out the it is what it is at times. Like, I don't know, I'd like to, like, reach out or, like, you know, meet other people in the Warframe content creation scene, but I'm just far too antisocial to do that. So unless they have, you know, perceived me and want to make that connection first, it's not happening. I will say, like, when it comes to that, my ultimate hope would be that one day I could talk to a developer for the game on stream. Like, I think it'd be super interesting to interview a designer or something like that, but I'm not Isocross or Pirate Software, so I guess I'm not going to be able to. In your videos. The only video I've ever made that has that kind of viewership was the Iceberg, and I don't even know why. It's hype as fuck. I don't entirely know what you mean by that, all things considered, Lunatic. Unless, I don't know, you might have to elaborate on that point. I'm not all there at the moment. Like I said, I've been sick and I haven't slept much. Just you having a larger channel. It's already kind of tricky, to be honest, in terms of my comfort races. Fucking hell. But again, why do you keep doing this? Look, it's not that I'm not appreciative for the gift subs. Combi, I guess I never figured out how to say your name. This is the third time, though. Like, where are you getting this money? This is before I'm gonna hit with my job, but like, goddamn, what do you do for a job to keep throwing money at this shitty content? You're doubting yourself too much. Okay, I want to say something that I want to preface this statement with saying, I am not saying any of this as a joke. I do not know why people watch my videos, and that might sound very weird for me to say, but I don't think they're good. And that's like, well, cool kid, why do you make them if you don't think your videos are good? And that's because I try to do the best with what I have, but I don't think I would consider my content good. I would consider it passable, and I'm not saying that as a joke. I genuinely think that about the things that I make. The thing is, my audience at large seems to disagree with that, and I can't get my head around it. That's the thing, is that I understand people can tell me that, and I can... How do I put this? People can say that to me, and I can hear and process that information, but I cannot internalize it. I cannot on a level beyond just... There's a difference between knowing something and understanding that something, right? I know that people like my videos. Understanding the why of it is beyond my grasp. Your voice helps a lot. I'll be honest, I find listening to my own voice absolutely insufferable. I don't know how people, like, sit through long videos I make where it's just my voice for such a long period of time. Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. And I will say as well that I do my best to try and keep... I don't get DMs that often. That's the main thing. So, like, I don't think that'll go away just because people don't DM me that much. So, typically, you know, it takes priority. Like my voice, so I guess it's a win. I guess that's just how it is for people. Look, I've met people like my own brother, Hunter. He's fine with his own voice and recordings as far as I'm aware. It's just kind of always been an issue for me. This is going to sound weird. So, you guys might know about this. There is an effect. I can't think of the name of it, but because of the fact that sound travels not just through the air, but through your own skull into your ears, your voice sounds deeper to you than it does to other people. And the disconnect with this is different for everyone, but for me, like, when I talk, my own voice sounds considerably deeper to me than anyone else. To the point where if I watch my own videos, it doesn't feel like it's me talking. I sound like a totally different person. And that disconnect messes with me a lot. Train it annihilates Archons. I just threw this on because it's what I'm used to. Mod drop chance booster? God damn. Yourself through... Yes, that is what I just brought up. And use a voice changer. I don't believe there's any evidence that Pirate Software actually uses a voice changer. I'm pretty sure that's just a meme. From what I've been told at least, that is his actual voice. Old footage of him, like, with a different voice is fairly old. When I hear my recorded voice, I can say that I'm gay? Yeah, rough shit. I don't know. I personally find my own voice difficult to listen to, but I think that's because of the psychological disconnect of, like, I am like an octave or maybe even two deeper in my own head than I am when I talk in the microphone. And that just messes with me. I return from lunching. Welcome, Blueprint. We are on the topic of struggling to listen to your own voice in recordings. Compared to recording? Yeah, that's a real thing, because the sound waves travel through your skull into your eardrum and not just in the air. So, weird thing. If you want to try and, like, figure out how you sound to other people without recording it, from what I've seen, if you just cover your ears, you can kind of get a similar effect. Even outside of puberty? Yeah, that's also true. Than what I hear. Yeah, for me, my voice is considerably deeper in my own head than it is in actuality. Like, it's pretty rough. I'm not, like, Markiplier deep or anything like that, but I sound considerably less effeminate. We'll say that. Just dents in the skull? Yeah, real shit. Covering my ears at 6 a.m. And so I'm a deaf now? Okay. I might have to yell, remove your hands from your ears. Take them off. You don't need to have it. And you know, that's fair. I might be exaggerating a bit. My intuitive sense for that kind of thing isn't great. it's hard for me to put into words, I guess. I'm not a musician, so it's just like the closest analog I have. Maybe I'm unintentionally exaggerating. That's entirely fair. All I'll say, I guess, then, is that my voice is considerably deeper in my head than it is to other people. Sound like yourself? Yeah, I feel like that'd be difficult to make because it's so different from person to person. Like, it's a very personal thing, I guess. Chad Cool Kid internal voice. So, like, and I appreciate people that do think that I have a good voice for this kind of thing. I'll just admit that I don't think I do. Type so as I lay on the floor bleeding out. Well, I guess I should have known. About damn time? Damn, that's rough. Congrats, though. What's the first one is kill Takrot with abilities. I'm gonna be honest. To me, at least, I just live in the two survival missions for these challenges. Let's do Baruch. I just made that up, but you believed it. I'm gonna be honest, and I did not believe that for a second. That guy's entire, like, market is his voice. He's probably fine with it. You are now forced to internalize these feelings. Nope, I'm completely reserve my right to reject any compliments I received. Soldier survival? Yeah, fair enough. I typically just do the survivals. I find them to just be the most brain-dead way to accomplish the challenges. Well, that was a really bad drift. Damn. Grave misspell. We pulling up to the function. With a crippling gambling addict, you're doing fine. Well, clearly Sab has it figured out, considering that he's so much bigger than me. It's funny, too. Kind of a funny story. With the special serration farm. I think I've already gotten it. I might have multiple. I'm honestly not really sure. I never really deliberately farmed it. But it's funny because when I first met Sab, when we were in a Discord call, it was one of the first times we had ever spoken. It wasn't like the first time, but it was one of the first times we'd ever spoken. Maybe like in our first 5 conversations. Sab made a joke about how, like, at least I was still growing, that his channel was, like, washed up. Sab has gained more new subscribers in the time that I've known him than I have gained subscribers over the course of my entire channel's existence. So, that did not age particularly well. Someone has the hots for your voice. This is true, but at the same time, it's not something I care to think about because I'm a guy. Like, I feel like if I was a female, right? Or I guess just in any broad sense, you know, I was not a cis man, people would be a lot weirder about me. It's like, yes, there are people that will be weird about everyone or every, you know, type of demographic. But if you are a woman on the internet in a gaming space, odds are way fucking higher. It's gonna happen to you a lot more. Oh yeah, weird thing I discovered. I want to bring this up because it's actually going to be in the Baruch video. So the wiki and the in-game tooltips, I can even show this right now, actually. Where is it? Yeah. Serene Storm's energy waves punch through to enemies and terrain up to their maximum travel distance. This is not true. I've discovered this really weird thing with them. It is line of sight based. So like these enemies through the wall, I can't hit them. Unless I can see them. That one, I think, was on the edge of my view. But, like, enemies through the wall there? Can't hit them. But I can if I see them. I don't know what's up with that. There's something in Proxy that's actually really creepy to me. And that's one of those things that I imagine just has to suck. Like, I've never had to deal with it personally, obviously. But why does it not fully go through? I don't know. Like, Excaliburs go through just fine. I don't know what's up with that. Thank you for your service. Yeah, I'll goon to you if it makes you feel better. It doesn't. Do they have punch through listed? Or is it more like in the... it's listed in the ability tips. which is why where the source of the information even came from for that, and why I was like, huh, that's weird. I don't think that's true. And then I tested, it's like, yeah, it's not true. I don't know what's up with it. Spaghetti code? I mean, on some level, yeah. I don't know. It's very weird. That's all I have to say about it. It's just very weird. Thanks for turning a girl on me. I think it looks cool. Also, thanks for stopping by, Sci-Fi. You know, I should go on Sci-Fi's channel again sometime. For those who don't know, I was on Sci-Fi's, like, podcast show things, Top Hat Culture. I need to go back on there at some point. That was a fun time. And Subsume Pull. Pull is a solid option on Baruch too, but I like using Nourish purely because it allows me to spam things with Reckless Abandon to an extent that is frankly unhealthy. I always find it a struggle. The secret sauce I have discovered is just blocking. Blocking projectiles restores your combo, so sometimes I'll just stop attacking to block, or I'll just deliberately slide attack so I can hit enemies, you know, directly. Primary and secondary dexterity is also really good. When you start using a face cam during stream. I don't think I ever will start using a face cam. Also, Slam Baruch, I feel like that leaves a bad taste in my mouth, I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like Slam builds in general are pretty boring, but for Baruch, it's such a waste of his cool Exalted to me. Like, it's a good strategy, I won't deny it. His slams are super strong, but just like, I don't know. I don't like it. Very personal thing, but you have chosen the second path. What is the second path exactly? Exception, Tenet, Exec. Those, I think slam builds on certain weapons that have fun mechanics to them can be fun, but V2 per time? Probably not. Strong, but I don't like it. Yeah, and that's, I don't know, there's something where it's, if you don't vibe with a certain playstyle, that's entirely up to you. I don't vibe with slam builds, I don't think they're fun, so I don't really use them. That's why I forgot about it in Valkyr's video for the Exalted Weapon series. I completely forgot they existed. Like, I don't play slam builds at all, so I totally forgot that they were a thing. When I could just slam my forehead into the ground, real and true. This is Cool Kid Deep Lore. Rosie did make a Cool Kid VTuber way back in the day to test out, like, making that kind of thing. I never used it, and I'm pretty sure at this point it's lost media.
Conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
We'll have a bad time. It would be over. Fortunately, people don't ever get weird about the profile picture, because if anyone sees the profile picture I have, there's one of two responses. Either, is that a dog, or why are you a furry? And I think that they're both kind of funny. So that's just kind of the end of that situation. After missions now. I think he always has with Steel Path missions specifically, at least as far as I remember. It's not a dog. I receive that comment so often. Hey, game. 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 Thank you. This is the first time Aoi has spoken to me in weeks. Are you a furry? I choose not to answer because it's way fucking funnier that way. Take practice precision. Kill 10 Eximus. Oh boy. What the dog doing? Type energy. Oh, fucking hell. How long is this? I've been live for almost 2 hours. It hasn't felt like that long. Are you a terrorist? I can't legally say. I actually knew someone in high school whose mom was legally a domestic terrorist. Have I told this story before? I feel like I probably talked about this before. That ticker's a she. It's one of those things you don't really think about sometimes. Don't leave me wondering like that. News to me. Okay, I can tell the story again real quick. So, this is gonna sound really bad, because it is. I had a classmate who, their mom was, like, incredibly not all there mentally. And I don't say that to talk down people who are mentally ill, but she was not all there mentally, and it led her to act out in very extreme ways. People who know someone who's, like, has pre-existing mental issues and is on, like, a hardcore drug, you might know what I'm talking about. Like, people get really fucked up. And so, She was not in favor of a certain change that the local government was making. So she decided to protest this change by going to the town square and firing an AR-15 into the air. So she was arrested and is legally considered a domestic terrorist. As far as he had explained to me, his mom has, like, some kind of unmedicated psychosis that, like, she was refusing treatment for, and she had just gotten completely off her rocker at that point. To make this clear, this student, this is all that what I heard from him, and he did not like his mom at all. You know, fucking shocker, obviously. But, so, I might have a bit of a skewed, view of it, but that's what he explained to me, because he would bring up that as, like, his fun fact about himself. In terms of, like, you know, you might do, like, the 2 truths and a lie. He would always just drop the, my mom's a domestic terrorist, and that one wasn't the lie, which I think is really funny. Should have done a Luigi. Look, I am not going to endorse assassinating random members of the local government over minor disagreements. A little bit of domestic terrorism as a treat, something that you'd find in news articles. It might have been over the news at the time. I did not live in the town at the time that that had occurred, so I only knew about it because he told me. Streaming from your prison cell? I have yet to execute anyone, so no. Get this organized. Okay. What am I... Right, Eximus kills. I was like, what the fuck am I doing right now? I got super distracted. I'll take Vauban. Judge, jury, executioner. You know, I don't think that the local town people were Nazis. I think that his mom was an undiagnosed, undiagnosed schizophrenic, where, like, I'm saying this not to be mean, but that unironically the voices told her to do that type of shit. Like, from what he's explained to me, at least at the time, his mom was, like, legitimately fucking insane. What species would he be? Which Luigi? Have fun guessing. If you did this with an airsoft gun, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like the answer is probably not. I don't think that would fly. Because, like, you could still be perceived as, like, making a threat, even if the gun is not real. Most certainly would not fly. Like, yeah, I would assume not. I don't know, it's weird because, like, that story I kind of find funny, but, like, I've been through enough type of my own, like, personal life stuff that, like, in a weird way, hearing someone be like, oh yeah, my mom fired an AR-15 in the town square and got arrested, is like, okay, so at least I know other people with fucking insane parents. Without getting too deep into the cool kid lore, both of my parents are peculiar people. My mom isn't as bad as my dad. My dad is an actual fucking nutcase. Obviously looks fake still. Yeah, like, if you had, like, a Nerf gun, you'd probably be fine because that's obviously fake. If you had an airsoft gun where the only distinguishing factor was an orange tip, good luck. Good luck. With an airsoft gun, real-life spy mission. I'm sorry, I've never been a big fan of Payday. Peculiar Bloom, Peculiar Audience. We're going with, I think I'm gonna go with Peculiar Bloom on this one.
Use the Furlong charges to melt the locks and get inside.
Mom did shut off the stream once, that's true.
Not be happy about it if you
Cool Mom did, in fact, disconnect the router. She still gets mad at me whenever I bring that up. It's actually pretty funny. Because she's like... For those who don't know about this story, I was streaming when my mom was visiting, and my internet died. And so I jokingly told Phoenix to tell the people in the chat that my mom unplugged the router, and people actually believed me. And my mom got really mad. And I still talk about how she unplugged my router after all this time. My dawg. Is your mom cool? That depends on who you ask. And all they say to you are slurs? What? What are you talking about, Blueprint?
You don't crack that cash soon, it's gonna deadlock.
I was a picky eater at age 6. I've heard similar stuff from some friends. My parents, like, I won't trauma dump on stream, right? My audience doesn't need to know about my parents and my sort of peculiar relationship with both of them. But, I mean... How do I put this in a way that's succinct, but gives you a good idea of what I'm talking about? Okay, here's the cool kid trivia that you all can chew on that I think is like the peak of the insanity of it. This is kind of a heavy topic, fair warning. My dad got arrested because he threatened to burn my mom alive in a courthouse in front of 5 witnesses because he was on meth. So there's your perception of what I'm talking about. This is the tip of the Cool Kid 369 iceberg. My mom is not nearly as bad as my dad, I'll tell you that much, but my mom isn't exactly... Like, my mom isn't a great person. My dad is a junky fucking psychopath. That wasn't meth. Dads are just like that. You know, at this point, maybe it is. Considering the circumstances, a lot of the stuff with my parents started to happen after I was around when I was in high school. My parents were fairly normal up until, like, my freshman year, and then things started to just kind of go downhill from there. Didn't know you were from Missouri? I have lived in Missouri, but I'm not from there. You alright or you already got the balding attribute? That's not even a joke. I've had male pattern baldness set in since I was fucking 17, dude. It pisses me off. His teeth just do that.
You're halfway. More up ahead.
And we moved to a different bit. That's the problem, Wisp. This isn't a bit. This actually happened. At least you didn't grow up in the Zeraman? That's true. Sadly not an I'm an Eximus boss, though. Yeah, I'm reasonably certain that our state governor, Kim Reynolds, is a Jade Light necromech. How old are you, actually? On Saturday, I will be turning 23. I have been doing this channel, I think, since I was 18 or 19. I don't think it's working as intended. Just as a guess, yeah, the description says it doubles heat proc, but it actually only adds 1 additional one. Is that what you're referring to? Because it's worked that way since release, and I've always found it really weird. I want to fossilize? What does that mean? Where? Oh, they're in the... Right. IRL Breaking Bad reference. I don't know. Things with, like, that are fairly tricky. Maybe some people can... I don't know anyone here who has, like, legitimately, like, off-their-rocker parents like I do. Because my mom is just kind of an iffy person. Like, she has her flaws. She tries in some areas, she doesn't in others. I think you guys might know what I mean, I guess, when I say that kind of thing. It does not specify that it needs to be a heat proc. Oh, okay, interesting. Makes me want to fossilize. Oh, yeah, fair enough. But... I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like a great conversation starter, right? My parents are fucking insane. I don't know, I say my parents, that's not fair. My mom is not insane. My dad is, though. Are you younger than me now? That is the reality. It specifies heat damage? Oh, okay. I guess I never thought about the distinction there. Are your parents accepting of you dating Nitro? My mom is. My dad does not know because he would not be. Like, so there's this funny thing. So my dad is the kind of person who, unironically, when he's sober, will tell you that he has no problem with certain groups of people, and then as soon as he's under the influence of something, he is the most bigoted person you've ever spoken to in your whole fucking life. And I have not been here for any of these, but my dad has went on multiple rants to other people in my family that he's glad I'm not gay. So... I just haven't really bothered telling him. That is some fucking crazy shit, no name. I guess this isn't about one-upsmanship, but just like, damn. Crazy shit. My dad is only a little racist. My dad is the kind of person who's like... This sounds so mean, because I feel like I'm painting my dad in such a terrible light, but it's not even like I'm lying. My dad is the kind of person who I feel like is just bigoted about everything, and I don't know why. Like, it's 4 a.m. Joke's on you. For me, it's almost 6 a.m. I don't remember what it was. My dad is the kind of person who, like, especially now, because, like, growing up, my dad was the kind of person who would try and hide it. Now, like... None of you here, other than maybe Rosie, I guess, will ever interact with my father. And I will say this, if you were to ever somehow meet my dad and know that it was my dad, I would advise walking the other direction as fast as fucking possible, because you are legitimately in danger if you interact with him. I think things have gotten that bad. We're talking about my estranged father, we'll put it that way. And did not recover. Kind of. My dad was never... We're just getting into the cool kid lore, but whatever, fuck it. So, my dad was always the kind of person who was good at hiding the kind of person he was. Restraining order bad? Yes. My dad was the kind of person who was good at hiding the bad person he was, until my parents got divorced, because behind closed doors, my mother was on the receiving end of a lot of terrible shit. He never physically harmed her, I want to make that abundantly clear. But, you know, you can do plenty of damage without physically laying hands on someone, right? So my mom ultimately opted to leave him, and so yeah, I guess my dad didn't recover from that, but it was kind of like the mask had dropped, I guess, at that point. Like, he didn't have to keep the facade going anymore, and it ended up being a spiral of a lot of just one bad thing after another. So, I guess, like, yes, something kind of prompted my dad to be that way, but at the same time, I don't think you can really leverage anything as an excuse to do the kinds of things he ultimately would go on to do. With the internet, but damn. Yeah, I don't know, because, like, to leave the family, start a new life, while my dad used the money for scar treatments to buy himself a Sony video camera? Fucking hell. I'm just catching up a little bit here, sorry. And yeah, and like, it's funny, because, like, yeah, some people here in the chat, like, have similar experiences, I guess. Because with, I don't know, a lot of it with my dad started out as, like, just an increase in bad behavior, like he was, you know, generally more outwardly aggressive and things like that. And I understand that he was going through a lot, even though my mom divorcing him was entirely his fault. But, they taught you much. I think there's a degree, there's an extent where I stop agreeing with that, I guess, in terms of, like, there comes a point where it's, like, hardship, you know, develops character. I'm about to develop into a fucking villain type shit, but he had a drug problem. Yeah, some people have, like, are in that situation of, like, their parents are good people with, like, crippling vices. My dad's just not a good person. The Shining style? Fucking hell. Yeah, I didn't want to get into this at first, but, like, whatever. If chat isn't made super uncomfortable by this topic, my dad doesn't really know about my YouTube channel. I wouldn't become a racist, I'd just get Canadian healthcare. Because, like, my mom and my dad had been married for, I think, over 20 years at the time that they had gotten their divorce. And my mom admitted that she had been staying with him for the children. Your dad can still be redeemed, Steven Universe taught me that. Yeah, that fucking chance. But, you know, there came a point where she just couldn't do it anymore. And fair enough. And I guess beyond that, as things sort of started progressively getting worse, because, like, anyone here with divorced parents that got divorced late enough in your life probably know that if you're involved in that situation, you end up being caught in this shitty sort of proxy war between your parents, where your parents have issues with each other, and they'll either take it out on you, or use you as a vessel to take it out on other people, like the other parent, primarily. People that have divorced parents might know what I'm talking about, right? If you're in that situation, oftentimes your parents will play you against the other parent. And that was the kind of thing I was subject to very frequently, because my dad and I were my mom took, okay, I have to explain something real quick. I have 5 siblings. So my older brother Hunter and I stayed with my dad, and then my other 4 siblings went with my mom. And a lot of that was just because at first we didn't realize how fucking nuts my dad was, so we opted to stay with him. My brother Hunter left for college fairly early on, so it was just me and my dad for a while. And so I ended up sort of being pit in positions against my mom a lot, because my dad would use me as an outlet for that kind of thing. But that's the thing, too, is that despite everything, my dad was, like, cripplingly obsessed with my mom, and still is. It's been, like, 7 or 8 years, I think, and he is still cripplingly obsessed with her. My dad is the kind of person, maybe you know, they're still married, yeah, fair enough. Maybe you guys know who I'm talking about when I say this. There's this weird type of, like, people who are both extremely misogynistic and put women on this weird pedestal. That's the kind of person my dad is. And so, like, he both hated my mom and yet still was, like, obsessed with her in some weird way. So a lot of the time, that was kind of the way that would be played, I guess, is my dad would try and find excuses to interact with her, and he'd just be fucking mean to her whenever they did. It was a pretty fucking bad situation, all things considered. But after a certain period of time, I don't know when this happened, but my dad had a high school friend that got my dad back on drugs, because my dad was not a good kid, like, at all. Growing up, my dad was a drug addict, and someone from his past reintroduced that into his life. And I moved out shortly after this happened, because I could see the eventual literal writing on the wall, that, you know, things were getting really bad. And eventually, yeah, my dad got hooked on some hardcore shit, we'll put it that way, and went completely fucking insane. And, like, this is the thing. This has been going on for years. About a month ago now, maybe it was 2 months ago, I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning to my phone blowing up from my dad. I'm talking, I think he sent me 500 texts over the span of a few hours. It was fucking insane. Just, like, insane religious ramblings, political ramblings, that kind of shit. I don't know if anyone else here can relate to, like, this kind of experience, but it was fucking weird. And my dad was blowing up my phone, and then he made a group chat with all of my siblings and started blowing up all of our phones for, like, the next 5 hours. And it was just like we all formed a separate group chat without my dad, just like, what the fuck is happening right now? So that kind of thing has just been, like, a recurring issue in my life since that era of it, I guess. Tripping on something? Oh no, he certainly was. Like, that's the kind of thing that happens. If anyone here has ever known someone who has been fucked up on a hardcore drug like this, that's what happens when they're off their rocker on it, is they basically become an honorary, how do I put this in a way that's not rude? They enter, like, a very deep psychosis. And they lose their fucking mind, I'll be honest with you. They go fucking nuts. Like, to put this, I guess, into perspective, I didn't experience this, and I feel bad for my siblings, because I got out right before things were at their worst. But when I talk about, like, my dad's obsession with my mom, the drugs just made that worse to an extent that was violent. And there was a point where one of my siblings was at my dad's house for something, and my mom went to go get him. And she had the rest of my siblings in the car with her, because, you know, my mom had picked them up from school and was coming to get this one. And my dad didn't want her to leave. And when she said that she was going to regardless, because she had things to do that day, and, you know, they're divorced, my dad punched out the rear... the tail light. He punched out the tail light, which broke his hand, and then he smeared his blood across the windows. And, like, I'm glad that I didn't experience that, because all of my siblings had nightmares about it for weeks. And I would too! Because, like, what the fuck kind of situation is that you find yourself in? This is deep for Warframe. Yeah, I'm getting a little too rambly about this topic. I can probably dial it back a bit, but that's, I don't know, that's the type of shit, I guess, that, like, and it's hard to see, obviously, that, like, when you have someone that's so close to you end up in that situation, it's rough. But, I don't know, it's been, like I said, 7 or 8 years, I think, and I'm just kind of over it. My dad still attempts to contact me fairly frequently, but I kind of leave it at that. Gotta have a cigarette after hearing that? Nah, fair enough. And, no, like I said, if this is getting too real for people, I can dial it back. But that's the type of shit that you're getting into when we talk about my dad. Like, he's a fucking insane person. I can't believe he hasn't gotten himself killed yet. Do you know how much Windows costs these days? Like, the operating system? It all feels private to tell so publicly. And, you know, fair enough, but I'm kind of at the point where I don't give a shit when it comes to my dad anymore. Like, my mom, I'll protect her. Like, she and I have had shit between us that's made our relationship not great. I won't throw her under the bus. My dad, I don't fucking care. During the lore dump? You know, fair enough. Actually, do I have the right thing equipped right now? I do. For something that traumatizing, you go through shit, right? That's just kind of how it is. Like, and we all deal with it differently, right? All of my siblings, to some extent, have had to deal with things like that. I got out at the best possible time, I think, in terms of, like, well, my brother left before me before it all went to complete hell, but about getting it off your chest. Like, here's the truth of the matter when it comes to this kind of stuff. CK lore stream. I just don't care anymore. I've lived on my own for almost 5 years. So, it is what it is. Worst parent... honestly, now I'm curious. Who is the worst parent story you've heard? This is just a light shit? Yeah, fair enough. Like I said, it's interesting, too, because, like, I've had... I hope you're doing okay now. I mean, relatively speaking. Like I said, I think I'm going to dial it back because, like, it's clear that I think I've gotten to the point where some people are getting uncomfortable, and that's fair. It's a pretty heavy topic. And there's a lot more shit I could go into, I'll be honest. But I think that I've kind of gotten to the point where I've pushed my luck, and people are like, okay, this is not what I signed up for when I started watching a Warframe stream. But when it comes to, I guess, that kind of experience, I have a lot of friends that have, like, normal families and normal parents, and a lot of the stuff that they talk with me about, I just find so bizarre. Like, it's those people who, like, have related to me throughout this experiment in terms of having, like, a certain kind of you know, deranged parents, I suppose, is like, there are certain things you just don't relate to, I guess. Like, I had several friends, like, oh yeah, I visited my parents over holiday break and stuff like that. Or, you know, I live with my parents when I'm not in college, and I can't get my head around that. Because, like, that's never the kind of relationship I had with my parents. And maybe some of you can relate to that, I guess, of, like, there's this disconnect between me and my friends that have parents that are normal on that level. And I'm going, oh, that's fucking horrible. I hope you're doing alright now, dude. That's awful. I'll never get my head around how someone could, for any reason, decide that they are going to, like, disown their own child over something so superficial. Can you share your social security number? You know, maybe I will. We've already gone this deep. Oh, god damn it, I was reading the chat again. It's concern. What do you mean by that exactly, Kashi? No, it's not like I go look for that. Oh, I'm gonna die. My Zaku's void guns are stealing my kills. Oh, I'm fucked, dude. Well, I'm just gonna consign my... Wait, no, that's an Eximus. Okay, we're good. We're goated. It's not superficial to them, that's how. Interviews child SA victims. There's no topping that. And, you know, fair enough. God damn it. I just did it again. This is rough, dude. This is rough. Yep, the suicide bombers don't count. Oh, because they technically kill themselves. Okay, we're good. Where is the cache? What the fuck? I just have to break crates. I don't actually give a shit. It's a weird feeling. Yeah, that's kind of the situation I'm in as well. Is incredibly strange to me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean for the cool kid stream at this hour to get so real. Hell, maybe this one won't even go in the VOD playlist. Maybe we have taken it too far. I don't know if people want to hear this kind of shit, but also, yeah, I can show it off when I'm done with this. But I don't know. Like, I have my friend group from when I played Destiny. I met them in high school, and a lot of that kind of stuff just was completely foreign to me in terms of the way they talked about their interactions with their families. Like, I have a good relationship with all my siblings, but not with either of my parents. And I don't know, some of you might feel like, sort of, how do I put this? Because this is such, like I said, this is a very heavy topic for a Warframe stream. This is the kind of shit you're signing up for? Fucking maybe. I haven't slept much and I've been quite sick, so I'm not all mentally there, and this just seemed like a good idea to me, apparently. But, I'm guessing that some of, like, there are probably two camps that my chat is in right now. People who feel, like, seen in terms of, like, oh, someone else had to go through these types of, like, adjacent awful experiences as me, and people in my chat who are like, what the fuck are you talking about? This makes me profoundly uncomfortable. Caches and charges. Well, I do know that much. It's just that it spawned kind of far away from me, and I didn't care enough to go chase it. I just woke up. Fair enough. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I don't want to act like I have the worst childhood possible. Shit like that is probably worse than what I went through, but I don't know. I relate to the rest of you in chat who also have gone, or who have been in that kind of situation. It ain't only sunshine. Like, I get it. If you join a Warframe stream and you're hearing someone talk about this kind of shit, like, this is heavy stuff. This is not what you signed up for. Having to go through these things. And yeah, fair enough. I said, a lot of people I know, it's kind of funny too, because like there's a little, how do I put this in a way that doesn't make me sound incredibly pretentious? Certain people with certain advantages in life tend to believe certain things, I'll put it that way. For hearing your story. I mean, maybe you're in that camp, maybe someone here is, I guess I don't really know, but kind of figure people relate. That's the thing too, is that it was like the scenes at the end of the new war with Ballas and the Lotus, while very exaggerated, and I feel like the writing of them is not amazing, the general idea is analogous enough to things that I have seen growing up that it did make me kind of uncomfortable. I was a bit disturbed by what happened at the end of that quest. Understanding. Yeah, and I get that, but I also think that, like, Warframe is a video game that covers these topics, but they're fictional. When I tell you these stories, these things really happen to me and my family, right? That's the kind of where I think that the difference is if you see something fucked up for like a story in a fictional piece of media or a video game or something, it's not real. You can always take solace in that it's not real. What I have said really happened to someone, and you kind of have to grapple with that reality, that someone did in fact go through something like that. And like I said, I don't even have it the worst. My siblings could tell you way more horror stories than me. Careful with that feeling. That's the truth of those, that people have had it worse than me. My own siblings have had it worse than me. I won't deny that what happened to me as a kid fucked me up, but at the same time, it could have been a lot worse. If I didn't move out, like, I moved out right after I turned 18, and I didn't really have a choice. You're the second oldest? Yes, I am the second oldest of 6 children, and all of my siblings are my brothers. My parents very obviously wanted to have well, my mom very obviously wanted to have a girl, but she gave up after a while. Did Cyto9 guy just call you fam? Yes. I like how it's Cyto9 guy. I'm pretty sure his name is listed in the transmission. Same tube, yeah, deadass. So, funny thing about that, by the way, in the Jade quest, if you don't play the QuickTime event, you'll still win. Nitro tried it to see if you could fail, and you actually can't lose that part of the quest. How many of your siblings play Warframe? 0. I'm gonna be upfront with you all about something. I am horrendous about having friends that don't play Warframe stick with the game when I introduce it to them. The only one that has ever done that is Nitro. Nobody else I've ever introduced to this game has stuck with it, unless they all like have met me and already knew the game ahead of time. So none of my siblings play this game or have stuck with it. I joke with my brother Hunter because, you know, I gave Warframe a fair chance, and I don't think it was for me. And Hunter tried the game when it first came to Xbox in fucking 2014. Like, you know, Hunter, I don't even think you like this game, but like, I don't think that's fair. You're the only gay one? I mean, I'm the only one actively dating a man, we'll put it that way. But I stay here alone. Yeah, that can happen too. Or Duviri, I cry. Those are quests that, like, I'll admit, personally, it is very difficult for any media to make me cry. That is a very rare thing for me personally. Warframe has never even done it. But I can see why people would, you know, go through the motions when they see certain shit. Did you get at least one daughter? No. Nope. We're still all boys. My mom gave up after the 6th. Can't say I blame her, considering how many children they were up to at that point. These rewards are all kind of mid, but whatever.
Angry. I may require maintenance afterwards.
Bad Riven RNG. True. I already played Baruch. For the melee, I guess I can do... take Excalibur. I could type. At least you're not the firstborn. I mean, I don't know. When it comes to that kind of stuff, like, my brother Hunter is, like, my parents', well, my dad for sure is favorite. I guess I don't know if my mom has a favorite or not, but... And then quit? Why would you quit at that point? My mother has... Yeah, this is crazy to me. So, my dad also has 5 brothers. So, weird coincidence there. But on my mom's side, my grandpa had, I think, 12 siblings? And my grandma had 15. Like, what the fuck? Crazy shit. I also watched this Warframe-related content. The amount of comments I got on the new player experience video that were actually unironically exactly like that was fucking crazy. Wasn't ideal personally. Here's the thing. That was before my dad had gone totally insane. Like, my brother still has some, like, he still kind of idealizes him a little bit. Let me put it that way. I think that, like, with the way my brother was treated growing up, he can never truly bring himself to, like, cut the cord with either of my parents, but especially my dad, despite having every reason to. Yeah, relate to that. It's weird to describe. Yeah, I actually agree with that. I immediately staggered myself by hitting that. No adoptions? No. Once you're up to 6 children, you know how much do you know how expensive it is to maintain that? Why is range electricity not impact? Yeah, and Oberon is toxin and not radiation. I think they just made shit up.
You need to shoot them off.
From Shameless? I don't know what you're referring to, honestly. Did they have a farm? So that's the thing. Yes. Both of my grandparents on my mom's side were the children of farming families. That's why they had so many siblings.
Lose that scrubber, bucko.
Shut the fuck up, Amir.
If it gets any worse, it's gonna start making decisions.
Have you seen Sci-Fi Freak's Focus video? I haven't watched it yet, no. I've been meaning to get around to it, but I haven't gotten to it yet. To enjoy Destiny's story? I can see that. 3 is expensive enough, thank you? Yeah, fair enough, let alone 6. Don't say that to Amir. I'm sorry, I can only take so much of his incessant yapping about the Hell Scrubbers. I cannot speak.
Hell Scrubbers primed, tech rot regurgitating. Watch out for Scaldra.
I forgot to make dinner. Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. We said Xenoric is useless. I think that Xenoric is a very good focus tool, but you are able to move past it at some point. I still use it a lot purely because it's easy and it's what I'm used to, but I won't deny that you can get a lot more mileage out of a lot of other focus tools. Our dog shit. Not even that, Kiwi. They're gone. All of the Year 1 DLC and Forsaken and the main game campaign are all gone. Advertised website on stream changed my life. Thank you for the 6 Suckmutt. What? Everyone in my chat, go subscribe to Suckmutt. His videos are way better than mine. This isn't even a joke. Best beginner school. I agree. I think that Xenoric is a very solid take early on. You can move past it. I just often don't because I'm so used to it. Also, yeah, Forsaken is gone. Forsaken is gone, and so is the Tangled Shore.
Breathing easier?
Because they were bad. My issue with them being gone is I feel like they had the chance to turn them into good content, or at least keep them there for story, but nope, they're just gone. It didn't let me send the message. Grim. Subscribe, he deserves it. Yeah, I agree, Stabs, I agree. When it's bugged and broken? What about it is bugged and broken? You'll need to be a little bit more specific. If you remember. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Lunatic. Too late, already subbed. Go ahead and click the sub button again to unsubscribe and then resubscribe for the, like, adrenaline rush of the subscribe a second time. That's my suggestion. The waves don't hit sometimes. I've noticed that, like, I mentioned this actually a little bit earlier. The waves claim they have infinite punch through, but they don't. They seem to be light of sight based. I think that's the problem, at least that I've noticed with them. I will only sub when he addresses the allegation. Dude, that reminds me of when on one of my videos, I think it was Link, commented like, this is a cool video, but it's not cool that you're not addressing the allegation. Someone was like, oh my god, what did he do? And Link was like, nothing, I made it up. And dude, that shit was so fucking funny. When I read that comment, I hit that shit with that fucking favorite so quickly. It was so funny. Should I unsub and resubscribe to you, Mr. Cool Kid? I mean, feel free. You can unsub and never resub if you want to. That'd probably be best for your own mental health. I'm on break at work right now. Fair enough. If I can ask Sakma, what do you do for a job? Just out of curiosity. You don't have to share. That's fine. I just wonder. Only pushes Grittier half the time? Huh. I'll have to mess with that. I haven't noticed that personally yet. What the fuck? I was reading chat and then looked back and just ate shit. How do you make Excal survive better? I use Arcane Reaper, Healing Return, and sprinkle in some slash dashes for the invincibility. I am doing really bad about the melee kills right now. This should have been done by now. But I have been too caught up reading. Are Tangled on a crazy situation? Are Nev and Suckmutt gay lovers? What the fuck are people talking about? Don't text and drive? You can't control me. No subsume? No. I like trying to play Warframes with, like, their regular kit, unless I feel like I would just get too much value out of a helmet. So I deliberately stopped using a subsume on Excalibur, because I wanted to play with this full kit. I love the amount of Eximus in Hulvania. This is a very fun, enjoyable experience. The suckbutt situation is outrageous. Downright diabolical, even. 1,045% boost on my Furious Javelin, by the way. We take those. Evade thing going on. I've heard of it, but I haven't played with it personally, no. Don't use this Nightmare Frame build at 3 AM, gone sexual. The drama with Suckbutt? What drama are we talking about? I use a slam build to get these melee kills faster. Yeah, Evil Cool Kid. Bro, you cannot hit me with that shit. I've died to Blitz Eximus Blast 3 times. This is horrible, dude. I am getting my shit rocked. What the fuck? He was literally in an electric proc, and he still got my ass. That's not even fair. Don't minimize the drama. Yeah, real and true. Every time I hear that wind-up, like, whistle of them going for their slam, I have to, like, I tense up. I gotta be ready at all times. Slide attacking, you know, fair enough. Just be in the air? Yeah, but, like, do I really want to play like this? I don't know. I'm trying to hit people with the sword itself, too, right? It's a lot of extra damage to leave on the table to not use the sword like a regular sword. I am amazed I actually passed the bat. Blast works surprisingly well with Archon continuity. It's a strategy I'm familiar with and I have messed with. I still like Viral Heat a lot, but it is very good. Why does Umbra moan like... That's a moan to you? What do you mean moan? I feel like if you consider that type of, like, yell a moan, I have questions about the type of things you view on the internet. I'll put it that way. That's going to the phase mod. Fucking groomed me. He sent me Hawk to a meme compilation. Holy shit. That reminds me of this great video that Evelyn made about the cool kid situation. It's insane. Where she talks for like 6 minutes about how bad the situation is and then ends the video without ever saying anything. It was so fucking funny. I think I even commented like, I fell asleep, what are we talking about, or something like that. Why use the Atomocycle when I have my 1? Just knocked over that stop sign with the bullet jump there. I don't think I want the answers. You know, fair enough. I probably wouldn't either.
Spore count is approaching.
approaching terminally unfun levels. Activate another health scrubber. Scrubber going critical.
There's a challenges list? Yeah, they added that quite a while ago. You could be number 7,000. How many subs does Suckmud have right now? Other than probably not enough. Like, I've said this before, I don't really watch Warframe content. Yeah, Suckmud's almost at 7,000. That's fucked up, dude. How the fuck does he not have more subscribers? Anyways, I don't generally watch Warframe content, but because I don't know, I don't really personally feel the need to a lot of the time. But I think that Suckmud's got good... I mean, even beyond that, like, I'm glazing Suckmud in particular very hard. Other Warframe content creators I recommend, I think that Nova Umbral's channel is good. I think that Shiro Nature's channel is great. Obviously, Sabuchi, Blueprint, all those people also all make great content that I think that you should watch. Huh. You picked the Amber Archon Shard? Yeah. I can build as many of these as I want. I can only get a finite number of these per week. I just do shit for fun. And yeah, fair enough. I try not to take my channel that much, or that seriously either, but... Called Cool Kid 369. Is that an accusation I'm reading? I feel like that's an accusation I'm reading. I'll take Combo Killer, why not? With Incarnate Adapters. They've talked about potentially doing it someday, but I wouldn't hold my breath, honestly. Not an accusation.
Has been counting.
Do I still have to do? No. Yes, I do. Okay. How much of his Forge of Scowls one inherit? It inherits all of the mods and will spawn a wave like it does. Than that for my content. Fair enough. I know, Suckmud, you are working on a thing about Kome, aren't you? I think from last I had heard, or last I had seen from your channel, that was the next project, sort of, that you were working on. Perfectly reasonable number. This is why we have to start playing to the meta, everyone. I have to become a meta slave. Who should I play? Response wave only if the blade is active? Yeah, that's if you have it actively equipped, that's what it'll... I'll say this, it's not worth it for how much you lose. A regular stat stick with, like, an Incarnate Adapter and a Rivet and stuff is gonna outperform the shit out of Exalted Blade. That's just the unfortunate reality, but the synergy is there, but it's not very good. Play Garuda. I need someone who, if you want to give your 2 cents on it. I guess that's up to you. If you want to send it, like if you have me on Discord, you know, feel free. But otherwise, you know, I won't pry too much. I was just curious. I have some stuff I want to do when it comes to, like, talking about Kome, just in a broad sense. But I was actually waiting on your video to be done, just so I could sort of gather more information about her before I say anything. Vampire Slayer? People are trying to weasel their way around it. Furry still in question? Real and true. I get indecisive because there's so many frames for me to play that I end up in choice paralysis. I don't have you on Discord? Oh, fair enough. Try Valkyr. I want someone who's, like, decently efficient at killing. Sigma series? Oh, I modeled her after my Railjack, and she has all the Railjack weapons. Sigma series was the, like, line of the Railjack. You know, just for that, we'll take Mag. Sure, why not?
Service your weapons myself.
Randomize equipment? That sounds horrible. It would be funny, though. It's Skuldra specifically, right? Yes, it is. Well, you guys know what that means. Oh, I accidentally clicked 4 in a Void mission as Excalibur. That's fucked up. At least now we have access to Dreamer's Bond, right? That shit does go crazy. There. We... Fucking hell. It'll just... Yeah, I'll slap that on there. Okay.
Remember that chili con carne I left in the fridge?
Railed your jack with... Yeah, who up...
Let the hell scrubbers sit
I...
too long, and they'll spawn
Oh
the
my
same
god!
food,
I...
but, you know, with a crap ton of
I actually was reading the chat while driving and just ran into a car and exploded. Holy shit. Don't text and drive. Deadass. That is actually what just happened. Oh, dude, I'm just... Oh, God. Oh, there was a family of 4 in that car. Oh, shit. They just got done eating at the local Mexican restaurant. Everyone inside is going to be united by this unique traumatizing experience that was shared between all of them. Holy shit. Can I magnetize? I cannot magnetize the car. That's rough. So thank you for the access to the forbidden knowledge. Suckmat, I'll have to give that a watch and let you know what I think once I'm done with all this stuff. Favorite frame? Hard to pick just one. I like Lavos, Titania, and Gauss all a lot, though.
Activate another hell scrubber.
My KPM is too low. I gotta optimize. Blow up the car. Blow up the car. I think I got so thrown off by me crashing my bike that my brain is just gone now. That actually threw me for such a loop. Car explodes? Yeah, exactly. I might have to restart the mission, I'm not gonna lie. That threw me off so bad. I think I'm just off on a really bad foot. I lost like 30% of the meter because I wasn't fucking paying attention. No, I need to collect myself. I need to collect myself. Round two. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm locking Mag up. She's going to jail for what happened. I can't do it. I'm gonna take Nova instead, I think. That I railed your jack. Yeah, I was reading that in chat, just fucking... Oh god. They're all dead. I killed all of them. Bazarin Void Sling? True. How do you change the music in the mall? It's one of the things that happens at rank 5. I wish that I didn't have to kind of unintentionally spoil it, but Raider mode doesn't turn it off. Alright, my improved driving skills. That was intentional, so that doesn't count against me. I don't want to hear a damn thing about crashing into that guy. Can you change it after? As far as I'm aware, no, which kind of sucks. I think it'd be cool if they made it like a sim or like a Soma chord that you could just play whatever. But do you use both augments for 1 and 4? I think I just use the 4 one currently. For the blast health effect, I haven't personally. No. Most things are kind of mid. I personally really like this one, Mithra. I kind of struggled to pick one, but I think this one's cool. I like Atomica, too, her deluxe. Her second deluxe, rather. Can I load back from a bounty? You know, fair enough. Why is, like, nobody spawning over here? I have a more open area anywhere? I feel like compared to your voice. I can turn the game down if I need to. I guess anyone else corroborate this opinion? Anyone else feel like I'm too quiet compared to the game? Looks like a knockoff Monado. Yeah, I agree. In missions, that would be cool. Oh, it's not Holvania if you don't randomly hitch.
Got a minute to get a hell scrubber working.
Only when there's explosions? You know, fair enough. Randomly spawn in the chat. Blueprint tends to just kind of manifest in the chat periodically. He's cool, though. I can barely hear Amir, so it's fine. I think that's kind of the normal expected result of this mission type, though. Dude, I am just getting fuck all spawns for a Steel Path survival mission. What the hell is going on? Oh, what? Wait, a spore spawned on the Hellscrubber and kicked me off of using it? I did not know that could even happen.
Get to the scrubber.
I'm getting my ass beaten in Soul Frame. Fair enough. I've been really loud. That's true. You didn't know that? I've never had it interrupt me, no. Mine hits like a water gun. The main thing to know with Plasmor is that Galvanized Savvy is a multiplicative damage bonus on it. So it's worth stacking that with base damage because it's not base damage. Am I the only one? I don't hate any of the Hex personally, but their lines can be a little grating when they're constantly yapping at you, but it doesn't bother me too much personally. Also, welcome, Marmot. Thanks for stopping by.
Another house scrubber.
Letty or Amir yell at you. Like, I think Amir can be a little bit grating, yet Letty actively scares me. So probably Amir. Letty frightens me. I'm prime sure-footed, prime sure-footed, prime sure-footed.
30 seconds and you're swimming in spore soup.
I don't mind. Okay, so here's the reason for that. The reason I say they, even if I know someone's, like, actual pronouns, is because my brain is, mushy, and so whenever I am trying to talk about someone, I say they, purely because it's gender neutral, and I don't want to have to think about it. So that's why I typically use the term they, unless their gender is, like, contextually relevant. So I don't have to put any additional thought into what I'm saying. Amir, we're at 40%. Calm down. We're good. We're fine. He talks in an echo voice. Yeah. The whole being able to play as the Hex in missions where they talk to you, or even in missions when like they're playing alongside you. Like I turned into Arthur and then walked right up to Arthur at one point because I thought it was funny. Yeah, the prime sure-footed cult. Okay, it wasn't letting me boost that. That was weird. Arthur makes me question my sexuality. In what way? There are two ways that could be interpreted. Where the fuck did that Tekrot ancient come from? Fuck? He just kind of manifested out of thin air. Okay. The way he turned me gay, you know, I respect that. Also removes stagger? Yes, it does. Which is part of why it's so meta, because it also removes self-stagger from AoE weapons.
Like this. Don't worry, I'll share. Extraction's open. But it wouldn't be very much fun if you left now. Head directly.
I'm sorry, Amir. I'm legally obligated to kill 1,000 Skuldra. I am doing this so slowly. I feel like my tiles for this are really bad, and this is also honestly really boring. Look at this. That's like the thing with Shiro and all of the fucking like gifs and shit he made of Nightmare Frame with the fucking fade cut. God damn it, dude. That shit is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Nightmare Frame with waves. Nightmare fade. Yeah, that shit is so fucking funny. From 50 miles away. Such is the life of Warframe. I might do like half and then just I took it and made him bald. Based. Honestly, I think of all the awful things Shiro has made, the one that scares me the most is the Pupsker. The Pupsker is that one freaks me out a bit. Don't worry about kills per minute. I think I'm probably going to try and hit like 500, then I might switch to a different frame just to keep things entertaining for myself. Such low enemy spawn rate. I think it's kind of just the tile, honestly, is kind of fucking me over. I don't think it was this bad earlier. Being bald is a huge DPS increase. True.
Score count is approaching terminally unfun levels. Activate another health scrubber.
That's gonna deal no damage. I used a beam weapon. I don't know what I was even thinking there. I have been poisoned.
Do something about that.
Which level he will defile next? Shiro is a character, I'll say that. Shiro is a character. I haven't spoken to Shiro really that much. I don't really speak to any content creators that much. Really, like, my streams are the most interaction I get with most of the people in this scene, right? Like Blueprint and Sci-Fi, and then when they stop by. So, a non-heavy build for a two-handed Nikana? Yeah, it's I have, like, a Tennokai set up on it, but I don't know. Also, this is a heavy blade, but I have fun just holding E and killing things. Vector 2's damage cap? I mean, the enemies will take double damage, so I would assume it does, because it's not tied to the orb itself. Is what performs every mission? Yeah. Bud isn't cleaning the hell scrubbers? I don't care. Amir can get bent. I am going to head over to this next one, though. Decent enemy spawns are finally happening, and my game is hitching like a motherfucker, dude.
Game over, man. Game over.
Speed for energy. I'm going speed so that enemies will actually try and fucking attack me. Well, there's a lot of them in here. I am getting staggered by the flares so much. Release me. Okay. Complete a 20-minute Hellscroll mission? A Helldiver? Probably not, no. I want to see Sab sweat. I want the next one to be out by the end of next week. It's been delayed, kind of, because it's been hard to work on with how bad the series has performed. It's admittedly fairly discouraging. So, next Exalted video will be Desert Wind. When it's gonna come out, hopefully before the end of next week. That's all I really know about it at this time. Do I have any galvanized stacks on this? Shooting the Dedekin is not the way to find that out. Let's just make sure I've got a few built up real quick. Should start making that mod tier list. He's got quite a bit of time before that becomes a real danger. Ow. Oh, that's a toxin Eximus, isn't it? That's fucked up. Huh? What? Wait, what procs me with radiation, heat, and toxin at the same time? He just screams at random points? Fair enough. I find it weird. I'll be honest with you all. I've mentioned this before, but like, everyone in the Warframe community seems to know Nev, and I genuinely have no clue who he is. I know that he, like, makes content of his own, and I know that he helps out a lot of other YouTubers. Like, I know he's helped out Nova and stuff like that a lot, but I've never spoken to the guy. Like, my perception of who he even is basically, like, non-existent. People bring him up all the time, and it's like, I don't know. I've never met Nev. I don't know who this guy is. Because, like, Sab played a clip from his soundboard that he had one time, I think it was a soundboard clip of Nev, and everyone in the chat was like, oh yeah, that's that one Nev clip. Like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who this person is. An endurance runner? I know that much about Nev, but, like, I have a very limited amount of knowledge about Nev among the content creator scene. That's fair. I am not super well connected either, but I feel like probably for Blueprint, that's more the case than me. Good friend, though. Hates Warframe players with a passion. You know, that's something I can get behind, actually. I relate to that. Many Warframe players, especially, like, people who use the forums or the subreddit. There's a walking wiki page, and yeah, fair enough with that as well. For Warframe artists and YouTubers, that makes sense. I don't know how many of them, like, the only artists I really know that are, like, Warframe artists, I guess, are you and B-Ghost. I guess Fanged Wisp, but I guess I don't really know if they would consider themselves a Warframe artist or not. But, like, I don't know. I don't know any of the other ones. Like, I'm aware of people like Primed Average and stuff like that, but never spoken to them or anything. Shut up, Amir. You're a bit late. I can hear him knocking. I can hear him, but I don't know what you're referring to, LMP. As of recent, fair enough. Who made? Oh, Mr. Warframe guy's thumbnails are made by Space Waifu. I believe that's her handle. That's someone like Sab knows them. I've never interacted with them personally. Oh, Desert, what the fuck are you saying? That's some of the most sadistic shit I've ever read. You know, I think I'm gonna go back to Hildren. I was having fun with her earlier. Here we go. And I said, thanks for stopping by, Suckmud. Nice having you. Audio logs with the Vulcan. Honestly, yeah, that stuff was cool. I think that was the thing Retalius was making, wasn't it? I might be misremembering. Okay, that was actually intentional. I was looking at my screen that time. Before anyone says anything, I was not texting and driving. That one was on purpose. Before they left, yeah. Okay, I was thinking of the right thing. I'll be honest with you all, like, the Vulcan's content is great. I absolutely love the Vulcan's content. But when I first, like, heard him speak in his normal accent, it floored me. The Vulcan is actually Irish. I would have never guessed that from how good of an American accent he does for Dr. Miller. That shit blew my mind. I was like, what the fuck? All you have to do to see this as well is just watch to the end of one of his videos. I did that shit on purpose. Yeah. Your Honor, how was it a hate crime if I loved doing it? Of SCP in a long time. He does do multiple. I mean, that's true, but his American accent for Dr. Miller is so good I would have never guessed he was Irish. And, whoops. I also am kind of in the same boat, Blueprint. I haven't really kept up with where SCP has gone either. I'm gonna sound like a total boomer for saying this. I really enjoyed SCP when it was just the simple shit. You know, like the good old Series 1 type of days. Now everything is like more cosmic horror, you know, world-ending catastrophe type stuff. And I'm not as big of a fan of it. Some of them I think are really good. Like Red Reality I think is a great story. But for the most part, I'm just not as into the whole like multi-dimensional threat type thing. I miss stuff like the first, you know, series, like Peanut and the Red Lake and stuff like that. Those were, like, that's, for me, the peak of SCP. One of my Comfort Games Studios devs all got lit up by a crypto company. Out of curiosity, Alpha, which company is that? Trying too hard to be original? I can see that. Greg level SCPs.
Core count is approaching terminally unfun levels.
Yeah. Funny creatures who do weird stuff. That's one way. This hell scrubber is sunk very deep into the floor. Because making kit bash sentences would be so funny. Oh, right, Dauntless. I actually know what you're talking about. I played that back in the day. I didn't play it for very long, but Dauntless's devs got bought up by a crypto company? What the fuck? That's rough, dude. I didn't play Dauntless for very long. I played it when it was, like, in very early access, but... for a while. It is a pretty fucked up story, I'm not gonna lie. Red Reality is really good, though. I do like that SCP a lot. Real bad now? That's awful to hear, I'm not gonna lie. This is why we all need to support the Stop Killing Games initiative. Heartbroken by the state of the game. Yeah, like, I'm lucky that I feel like that my comfort game of Warframe has not succumbed to anything like that yet. Crane game machine that kills puppies in any way you ask it to. Like, stuff like that is great. One of my favorite SCPs even still is, I think it's, what, 254? It's the coffee machine that can give you any liquid, like, within reason. That one is great, because the testing logs for it are so much fun. I want good Monster Hunter competition so bad. Just out of curiosity, like, what's wrong with the existing Monster Hunter? I've never played it, so I'm just asking, like, earnestly, is there a particular reason that you want more competition, or you just want that genre to expand? Certified Food Classic. I'm gonna be honest, the original 096 story kinda sucked. I think the rewrite is fine, but the original one wasn't very good. Corpo cutting is perfect. I'm not... Like, I'm familiar with Pirate Software's many recent controversies. That one's certainly a weird one, I'm not gonna lie. Let's not let's not do stop killing games because that puts too much like pressure on the developers and publisher to give you a working product. The Pirate Software's take that like you paid for the experience and now the experience is over is so shit to me too. Because like, okay, now I'm going to say this. Or now I'm going to get into this. You might have bought the experience, but different people will have gotten different amount of value for their money because they will have played the game at different points in time. Someone who paid for the game on launch and got that experience will have had a much different time with the game than someone who buys it, you know, when it's about to get shut down, right? I don't know. Paying for the experience, fucking ridiculous. I'm not a fan of that opinion at all. Capcom is making some weird balancing changes. Fair enough.
Don't worry, I'll share. Got enough. Marking extraction.
New update, and everyone hated it? Aw, damn. That sucks to hear.
4 levels critical.
Because the people could use AI, or to use his voice by phone. I could see that, actually. There is so much content of Pirate Software, like, talking on the internet, that I could see him doing that as a precaution. Now, granted, most banks will ask for more sensitive information than that, but... And also, I guess... No, now that I think about it, why the fuck would your bank know you by your voice? Game got review bombed hard. So the Pirate Software controversy stems from something stupid, I'm gonna be honest with you all. So, Pirate Software's controversy stems from him being in... I think Tom Dark has a video on this you can watch if you want this in more detail. Tom Dark, I'll admit, even though I like enjoy Turkey Tom's content, Tom Dark is comparably a bit of a slop channel, but whatever. So, it started with Pirate Software was in a competitive, like, hardcore WoW group, rather. Not competitive, hardcore, called OnlyFans. And the controversy stemmed from him letting his teammates die, which lost them all, 100 hours of progress or something. That's where the controversy started from. Unemployment topic? Yeah, deadass. So people got mad that Pirate Software, like, abandoned his teammates and refused to take blame. That was a big part of it. He refused to acknowledge that he had made a mistake and kept sticking to his guns, despite the fact that there was, like, evidence that he had done something stupid. So people started to go back through his old backlog and dig up dirt on him, because that's what happens with all these situations. This is a lot of, like, just micro dramas, honestly, and I only know about it because I had time to kill. But with, in regards to Stop Killing Games, Pirate Software said that he did not... So for those who don't know, let me back this up. Pirate Software was talking about a group called, or an initiative called Stop Killing Games. The goal was to make it legally required that if developers or a publisher were going to shut down a game, they had to leave the game in a working state and provide players with the ability to host their own servers. That's the point of Stop Killing Games, is to save always online games like The Crew. People might remember The Crew died a couple of years ago now. I think it was a few years ago. Stuff like that. Like, if a company makes a game, you have to be able to play it when the company can no longer support it anymore. That was the point of the movement. Pirate Software disagreed with this for a few reasons that I think are kind of silly. One of the big ones was that he said that when you buy a game, you're not actually buying the game. You're buying the experience of playing the game, and when that experience is over, it is entirely in the right of the publishing and the development company to take that money from you, which I don't personally agree with at all, honestly. There were more facets to his argument than that, and I'd recommend watching the full thing because I'm kind of... Obviously, there's going to be some butchering of his point when I talk about it, because I don't remember the entire segment. But I also think he mentioned that, like, it would be bad because, like, we don't allow people to host servers because it'd be easier to cheat that way. Well, no shit, Thor. Like, if the game's at its end of life, then why not let people host? It wouldn't matter if they fucking cheat. It's not your problem anymore. But beyond that, a lot of the other dramas stem from a lot of other minor shit. Mostly him just, like, having an ego and not taking accountability for mistakes that he makes in, the context of various video games and things like that. Because I really like your content. I'll fully admit that I'm a fucking idiot. Don't worry. If I get canceled, it won't be for me being pretentious, I hope. I'll fully admit that I'm a dumbass, but the initiative would mess. Okay, so here's the thing. That's where the conspiracy comes in, because for those who don't know, Pirate Software owns a publishing company with Ludwig and a few other creators, and they released Rivals of Aether 2, which is a live service game. So being in support of that initiative would have messed with a thing he was actively invested in. So that's where the conspiracy angle of it comes in. So he's kind of rude. That's not entirely it. A lot of it is about like allegations of him exaggerating or lying about his own accomplishments. They did not make Rivals of Aether, they funded it. Dan Fernacey is the guy behind Rivals of Aether 2, and they had no part in Rivals 1.
Strike to win.
There's a whole theater in Holvania. There are a couple of them. There's one in the underground area, too, I think. He worked at Blizzard for 7 years. His dad was also, like, a head at Blizzard, so, like, it's not surprising he worked at Blizzard at all. Like, I don't want to sound like a dick to this guy. I don't know Pirate Software, and I don't doubt that plenty of his credentials are legitimate. This is all just stuff I've been sort of watching in the background, because I'm the kind of person, admittedly, who will just, like, consume YouTube slop content whenever I'm doing something and I want the background noise. This is pre-built. No, the Forma blueprint's better. I don't give a fuck. 500 Skuldra troops with abilities! Guess what, everyone? We're going back! We're going back to the Skuldra Hell Scrub! Oh my god. And I'll say this, most of... Did you guys see that? What the fuck? My Hildren just briefly A-posed on me. You took the Forma blueprint? I have a bunch of Warframe Exilis adapters, so yeah. Warframe Exilis adapter's the better option, but I don't give a shit. I'm gonna need more Forma than Exilis adapters. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, the Pirate Software personally. I only have a very passing, like, knowledge of the situation. That's just all what I've heard. I'd recommend, like, looking at Turkey Tom's video yourself, for example. Stuff like that, to get a better idea of what's going on. A lot of the shit he's gotten, like, been on the receiving end of, though, is just because, like, it's ridiculous, I'll be honest with you. So many of the people that are, like, going after Pirate Software, it's clear to me they already didn't like him and are using this as, like, an excuse to jump on him. Something about DEF CON. Okay, that's another one of the big things that people pointed out, and this one is actually kind of shitty, if you ask me. This is about the show Mr. Robot. I don't know if anyone here watches it. I never have, personally. Like, he's a sex pest. I will not comment on that. I have heard no credible evidence, personally, to that. Maybe there is, but I haven't heard it. And I don't want to make that kind of allegation if I don't know for sure that it's true. But, so DEF CON, for those who don't know, was like a hacking event. We'll say that's a very broad sense. And there was a puzzle from DEF CON that was used for the show Mr. Robot. And on Pirate Software's stream, he alleged that Mr. Robot stole information from a write-up he did about that puzzle, and that his write-up was the only place that they could have found that information. And that them using that puzzle resulted in a bunch of phone calls going to the personal number of the puzzle creator. None of this is true. Also, I've got 0% dropped frames, but YouTube could be having a moment. Anyone who's having issues with the stream fucking up, please do let me know, but... Oh, no, that's OBS, that's not the game window. Okay. Evergreen Miner never apologized for it, and I agree with that. You have to watch as many sources as you can, I'll say that much. It's a good place to start, I'll put it that way. But, so Pirate Software said that his write-up was the only source of this information on the entire internet, and that after Mr. Robot used that puzzle, it resulted in a bunch of people calling the puzzle creator's phone number. That was the allegation. This is completely wrong. Like, provably wrong for a lot of reasons. So, with the first thing, I guess, about Pirate Software being the only source for that information, completely untrue. It was the first step of the puzzle, which was on the flyer, like a handout at DEF CON. Everyone at DEF CON would have received it, and it was publicly available. It'll still count as complete. I mean, fair enough. I'd normally just finish to take whatever resources I got out of it, but But so, Pirate Software's write-up was by far not the only place that contained that information. Beyond that, one of the people that works on Mr. Robot is the owner of DEF CON. So Mr. Robot likely didn't steal the puzzle because the guy who owned the rights to it, not the original creator, but the guy who owned the rights to the event that used the puzzle, works on the show. The creator also has said he did not use his personal phone number. He refers to the phone number in the puzzle as the Mr. Robot number, and he keeps it active for fans of the show. And he also went on to become a consultant for Mr. Robot and has no issue with them using it. So that's where that drama stems from, is that, like, a bunch of people are under the impression Mr. Robot did this heinous act of stealing this guy's puzzle, but the people who made the puzzle gave them, or the people who owned the puzzle, I guess, gave them permission, and the creator of it doesn't give a shit. About something, yeah, and that's something I've noticed about a lot of people in general, to be honest. We'll probably get more with echoes. Yeah, I agree. Hopefully we do. But that's the kind of thing, is some people feel like they're authorities on topics that they kind of aren't. And I won't, like I said, there are plenty of things that I don't doubt Thor knows more about than me. He's older than me and is much more successful than me. So those are two things that would contribute to that. But I've noticed this with people I know in my own life, is that people who will act like they're an authority on every topic, or speak with a lot of confidence on every topic, and you don't notice it until they say something about something you know about and you know they're wrong. Dunning-Kruger effect? I don't quite know. Adjacent concept, I think. But I don't know. Like I said, I've noticed with other people in my own life and things like that, where it's like once you notice that they're so often wrong about things you know about, you don't trust anything they say anymore. I don't doubt that, like I said, Pirate Software knows a lot about things I don't, and that he's right on a lot of those subjects, but I don't know. I'll be honest with you, the Pirate Software drama I think is kind of petty. I think people just didn't like the guy and wanted an excuse to shit on him. I have no stake in it. I'm not a fan of Pirate Software or anything like that. I just kind of have been a passing observer. I am getting staggered to hell and back. Can I get my shields back, please? Oh, right. I switched to Matterai, not... Right. I forgot. I am not getting almost any of my shields back. There we go. Oh, calm down, Amir.
Grubber going critical. Fix it or lose it to the tech rock, which will be the least of your problems. Shoot the pus off that.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, Amir. I'm grabbing this one, though.
Breathing easier? I wouldn't get used to it.
Sorry, I'm just double-checking something. If I ever stop moving, I'm normally double-checking that something is working. There we go. Did I hit the threshold? I wasn't paying attention. Just for the interaction revenue. I'll be honest with you, drama about Pirate Software is a content goldmine at the moment. They can still give good advice. That's true. I think the questionable thing is, like, do you trust them to be an authority on topics you don't know about when you know that they're not right about the topics you do know about? That's where the question comes in. I can zone out watching your streaming class. I'm probably going to end it here soon. I've been live for almost 3.5 hours. Or something a while back. I don't know. Twitch drama is kind of stupid, if you ask me. Like, a lot of it's pretty ridiculous. So, I have no idea. Just gonna drive up the stairs. Don't mind me. I'm a safe driver. I have my license. Trust me. Oh, claiming he's so smart. It's nothing but it proves that he's being seen badly. I think that's a lot of it, is that the narrative, I think, ultimately, and what I think holds weight, is that Pirate Software is kind of narcissistic, I guess you could say, that he has a large ego. But, I don't know, bad character trait doesn't make him, like, a terrible person, if you ask me. I agree that it's pretty obnoxious, and that it's gotten him into conflicts with people that didn't need to happen, from what I've seen, but all drama is stupid. I think sometimes it can be, like, important to know certain pieces of information, right? I think a good example of this is you could consider, like, the Logan Paul Crypto Zoo thing to be drama, but he scammed people out of money. Like, I think that kind of stuff is important. But there's some stuff that's petty. Going back to Second Life, I know that there's apparently his guild in EVE Online hates him so much they have an emote talking shit about him in their Discord. Suda's House of Cards fell. Yeah, that's true. Fucking H-Bomber guy's plagiarism video was such a fucking, like, nuke for everyone that it hit. But the James Somerton thing was crazy. I didn't even know who he was until that video. Most of it's incredibly petty. Yeah, I agree. A resource drop chance booster, baby. Good morning, cool kid. Welcome, Kazad. Especially in a third world-ish country, yeah. I feel like a lot of the... Okay, this is going to be a weird thing to say, but I think that YouTube drama and stuff... I just like his voice, you know, fair enough. YouTube drama is a very safe type of drama to get in, to interact with, you know what I mean? Like... It's not like a political drama where that stuff can have a genuine and detrimental impact on your life. You can just be like, wow, look at this dumb guy on the internet. That's the extent of it for a lot of people, I think. I like how Hildren's, like, musculature is so large it fucks up the angling of this emote. We should start beef? Real. What are we starting it about, Gazette? What's gonna get one of us canceled? Hurt like hell? I totally agree. Especially because, dude, I loved that video. To find out that so much of it was stolen was awful. That shit hurt. I haven't watched Internet Historian since, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that sucked to find out. The Illuminati thing didn't surprise me at all. You said ice cream is bad? I don't remember ever saying ice cream is bad. Has Blueprint returned your skin yet? Yeah, he did give it back, fortunately. Beef over waffles versus pancakes? I do prefer waffles, I'll throw that out there. That's what you guys can cancel me for if you want. I might be able to just hang out for the last, like, 15 minutes. I accidentally pulled up OBS again. Whoops. Okay. Milk or cereal first? Cereal. Okay, does anyone here actually put the milk in before the cereal? That kind of stuff is, like, psychopath behavior. I also hate ice cream and prefer waffles. We all know the bowl comes last. French toast enjoyers, I respect that. Also, what happened with Internet Historian? I would highly recommend watching H-Bomber Guy's video, Plagiarism in YouTube. He goes into a lot of depth about this. The short of it is, if you've seen Man in Cave, the video by Internet Historian, it was taken down at one point because a massive amount of the script was plagiarized from an article that was written about the case. And the re-upload, because they found out and copyright struck it, and the re-upload had to cull a lot of that content, and Internet Historian very clearly tried to cover it up in a lot of respects. So that was what that was about. It's... What do you mean? Okay, it's bow, then cereal, then milk. Okay, question. I'm guessing you meant bowl, but I'm going to interpret this literally. Where does the bow come in with eating your cereal? Do you... Where does the bow come in? Where does the bow come in? Because of it being too dark. I think he had claimed something... Like, the screen... Okay, so this is basically what happened. He had said that the original had gotten copyright struck, but he never explained why, and he did not show the actual error that appeared on the video if you tried to watch it at the time, because if he did, it showed who copyright struck him, which would make people find the original article. And he never clarified why the video was copyright struck. He very much just, like, shied away from actually addressing the why for that, which is fairly common when YouTubers get caught doing things like that. Oh, you bow to give your respects to the cereal? So there is... So we're correct in saying it is... No, it's bow, but there is no bowl involved. So you pour out the milk and then the cereal into just nothing, didn't cite his sources. Okay, let me say this. The amount of it that was plagiarized was so great, citing his sources would not have would not have saved him. He basically made an adaptation of that article. He would have needed to directly work with the original article writer in order for that video to fly. Even if he cited his sources, it was that bad. As another stolen video, I'm not familiar with any other ones. Or Bull fight back. Oh, okay, so it's like a... Okay, that makes sense. It's like a ritual kind of thing. I see where you're coming from. Out of work into the video. And that's the thing. They put a lot of work into making the video, but stealing that kind of information is still very much wrong. They put a lot of work into the visuals. That's true. But that's still the kind of thing where, like, taking the script, I don't think you can excuse that. With very bad people, too. That depends on who you consider very bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't keep up with any drama surrounding Internet Historian. It can hurt. Here's my thing, I guess, when it comes to that, Zert. I agree that copyright laws, in their current state at least, are stupid. For a lot of reasons. That's a very complex thing. But the original article that Internet Historian had plagiarized so heavily, nobody knew about. And, like, I think it's... Copyright exists for a legitimate reason, but big corporations have lobbied for it to be abusable. Because if I were to write something, like, say I write an article, and then someone reads it on, like, as an audiobook or something like that, and my article gets no attention, and they claim that they wrote that article when they read it off as their audiobook or what have you, and they make a bunch of money and shit from it, I think we can agree that's morally wrong. And that's the kind of situation, He remade the video too. That's the thing, though. He remade the video because he got caught, and I think that's the problem. He could have absolutely just written it himself from the beginning. On YouTube copyright, I highly recommend Tom Scott's copyright video. It goes into a lot of depth about that kind of stuff. I also learned about it in school, in like my art classes and things like that I took in high school. I was never good at art. They were just mandatory, but with stuff like that, copyright, as far as I remember. So let me kind of put this into perspective. You guys know patents, right? Like, we have the patent system in the US. If you invent something, you can say, I invented this thing, and then you have the exclusive right over that thing for 25 years. The thing with that is, why is it only 25 years? Well, it's because of the fact that when patents were made, they didn't want inventors to stop inventing. They didn't want them to make one really good invention and be like, okay, now I'm just going to, like, rest on my laurels forever, right? They didn't want that. They didn't want that to be the case. So they were like, all right, we're going to make it so that you have only 25 years, and then this idea is open to everyone, because that'll encourage you to keep inventing, and on top of that, that opens it to innovation. You don't have exclusive rights over your inventions for an indefinite amount of time. Copyright is a similar idea, but the problem is that government does not understand the game that the corporations that own the copyright of things are playing. So, the copyright of things... Let me just put this in perspective how bad this is. A patent is 25 years. That's it. From what I remember, what I learned in school, implying this didn't change, copyright is 75 years after the owner of the copyright has died. It is that long. And that's because companies like Disney have lobbied so much that you are stuck in this situation where, unironically, copyright can last over 100 years. And it's even worse. Music is 90 years plus the life of the owner. And the reason is so that they can do the exact thing that patents were designed with that, you know, in that way to not allow, so they can just reap the benefits of these things forever. All Disney. It's not all Disney, because record companies also lobbied very hard so that they could own the rights to music creators, but Disney is responsible for an insane amount of it. And it's, I don't know, fucking awful. If we had a similar system with copyright where it was 20 or 25 years, I think they'd be fine. Because, like, maybe this is because of the fact that I grew up in, like, an era of remix culture. Ortis, I'm trying to talk. Like, you know, YouTube poops and stuff like that. I grew up in a generation that found remix culture was kind of the thing, right? And I think that the thing is, like, copyright is a system that deliberately stifles that creativity, even though so many interesting and cool things have been made from it. Like, you guys know, with copyright, that's a big part of why, like, a lot of old songs, you can't play them. There's stuff from the World War II era that's still copyrighted. I think some stuff even from before then that's still copyrighted, because of the fact that they last for that long. It's absolute insanity, and companies keep lobbying it for it to be extended, and the entertainment industry has their hands so deep in the pockets of the government that it just keeps working. And I'm gonna be honest with you all, I don't think any politician would ever run on the platform of reducing copyright, because they would get fucking assassinated. And I'm not even joking when I say that. Genuinely, I think if a politician ran on the platform that they were going to try, like, say they ran for president, and were like, all right, guys, I'm going to reduce copyright law to something more reasonable, I genuinely think they would get killed within the week. There is so much money tied up in that stuff. Like, companies that still own the rights to, like, the Beatles songs and shit like that, right? They make too much money off of those old songs that they would never let that happen. We need to save the world from Disney, genuinely, within the next decade. Yeah, like, Mickey Mouse entered it, but only the Steamboat Willie version. Need to save the world from capitalism. That's, like I said, patents, I think, and copyright to an extent as well, are good ideas. Patents did not get corrupted as much. There's still patent abuse, don't get me wrong, that still happens, but copyright was allowed to just go so far beyond what it was originally meant for. I got larceny in my blood, based, piracy in our blood. Yeah, that's all that it takes. Because Paul and Ringo are still alive. And yeah, that's true, but I also imagine even after they die, their record company will still hold on to those rights for a long time. Like, the Beatles won't enter fair use until, like, 2100, I imagine. Before it was solidified as Mickey? Yeah, that's true. Despite having original lyrics, that doesn't surprise me. Makes me want to explode. Yeah, that's a piece of patent abuse that I think is really bad. For those who don't know, Warner Brothers... So has anyone here played the game Shadow of Mordor, or maybe Shadow of War? Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War have this really awesome system called Nemesis. Nemesis was a system that was made for those games by Warner Brothers that allowed, like, complex power structures between the Uruks, which were the enemy faction of that game. So, like, they would, they would make power grabs on each other. There was, like, this whole hierarchy that you could infiltrate and work your way through. And it would also, churn when you were not actively engaging with it. Nemesis is patented, and Warner Brothers has done nothing with it since the release of Shadow of War. They just sit on the patent for it, and they don't do anything with it, and nobody can do anything with it. And yeah, the Lich system originally was kind of based on that idea, but it had to get gimped because if they did something too close to Nemesis, Warner Brothers could sue them for infringing on their patent. This is also the shit Nintendo is pulling, where Nintendo is suing Palworld for patent infringement, because they know they can't get them on copyright infringement, because Palworld is clearly a parody, it's clearly fair use, so Nintendo is going on to jump on patents instead, because they know they can't win for copyright. And Nintendo, I want to make something clear, as far as I'm aware, Nintendo has never lost a legal battle that they have initiated. More likely than not, Palworld is going to lose. Just kind of catching up here a little bit. Specific performances of it don't. That's true. Like half a year active. One of those patents was, but I don't believe it's ever come out if they're suing them for that patent. Also, why there's in a minigame and loading screen. Yep, that's true. Not the Pokeball like everyone believes. I haven't heard any official source for what it is yet. If it's the battle UI, I can see that, but I still feel like it's a very petty thing. Like, I'm gonna be honest, we all know the real reason Nintendo is suing Palworld. Palworld made a Pokemon game better than Nintendo did. But you can't go after them for copyright, because it's obvious that wouldn't work. So they not get hit so hard? Maybe they did. I don't personally play Palworld. I just think, in general, Nintendo's legal strategies are awful. Like, I have never seen a video game company that hates its own fans so fucking much. It's actually kind of horrifying. Should I patent subsuming Golden Instinct? You know, maybe you can pull it off. But, so, like, Nintendo, okay, anyone here familiar with Metroid? Anyone here a fellow Metroid fan? You might know what I'm about to talk about when I bring up Metroid. There was this, so Metroid is a franchise that has a very large black sheep in its sort of timeline. Metroid 2. Metroid 1 got a remake with Metroid Zero Mission. Super Metroid holds up great, Fusion holds up great, but Metroid 2 was very key to the story, but was only on the original black and white Game Boy, so it just kind of sucked. So, fan projects were made to revive Metroid 2, and one of the big ones was AM2R. It stood for Another Metroid 2 Remake, because that was the joke, was there were so many. AM2R was the only survivor, and it went on to actually release. And it got cease and desisted the same day. It wasn't even just that they had, like, cease and desisted this guy right away. He spent all this time making the game, and they cease and desisted him right when he released it. Fortunately, because he released it, you can still find it online. I can't tell you where, obviously, and it shouldn't be that hard, but because he actually finished the game, you can still play it, and a lot of people consider it one of the best 2D Metroids ever made, but that kind of stuff was so shitty. Then again, the real reason they did that was because Nintendo was making their own Metroid 2 remake exclusive for the 3DS. I think it was Samus Returns, or Return of Samus. I don't remember which one was the original subtitle and which one was the remake subtitle, but they were making their own remake, so they shut it down. And yes, Pokemon Uranium is another great example of them killing off a fan game just because. Samus Returns? Okay, yeah. So Return of Samus was the original Metroid 2 subtitle. But yeah, Nintendo just killed that shit off. It's funny, too, because the 3DS is such an inaccessible thing, in my opinion, for, like, getting to play that game. I don't know. Nintendo hates their own fans. Like when they cease and desisted Gary's mod to take down all of the Nintendo content on their workshop. Stuff like that is just like, dude, Sega will take people who make ROM hacks and hire them to make games like Sonic Mania, right? Like they get the power of their community. Nintendo has developers that make great games, but their corporation, like their corporate side, is horrible. Instead of Pokemon Uranium. You know what fucks with me, by the way? Has anyone here heard of Pokemon Black and Blue? Does anyone know what I'm talking about when I bring that game up? If not, this is going to be kind of a trip. So, Pokemon Black and Blue was a parody game made by PETA to say that Pokemon was encouraging children to abuse animals. To my knowledge, Pokemon Black and Blue has never been taken down by Nintendo. Weirdly enough, that one got to stay. It's because they charge for it. I don't remember them charging for Pokemon Uranium. I downloaded it for free from their website at the time. I don't remember them charging for it. I guess I'm not super well versed in any drama surrounding it, though. But yeah, I think it's weird that Pokemon Black and Blue got to still exist, but so many other fan games get shut down because they couldn't sue PETA. Realistically, they could if they wanted to for using their IP. It's not like, like Pokemon Uranium, same general, you know, idea, and it was a Pokemon game in terms of its mechanics, but it didn't use any Pokemon that were from the regular franchise, so far as I'm aware. PETA used actual Pokemon and spun a very negative narrative about the franchise. A bunch of parody games like Cooking Mama as well. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you all. PETA is my conspiracy, okay? We're gonna get real here. PETA is an organization, I swear to God, it is being invested in by a bunch of billionaires as a collective joke to make sure that any actual activists cannot ever make any headway because PETA makes them all look so bad. Count as Ospreys? I don't actually know. If you mean for the Nightwave challenge, I don't actually know. But I swear to God, dude, PETA is something that, like, Tyson or some shit pays for PETA's existence so that they can make a mockery of animal rights activists. Dev Teams had a Patreon. So, not even just that, okay, the things with Citra and Yuzu and all of those things, this is something that I think is so stupid of them. Their development teams hosted dumps for ROMs in their discords, so they were facilitating piracy. They didn't get shut down because of the fact that they were emulators necessarily, because emulation is legal. There's legal precedent for that. They got shut down because their teams were allowing piracy in their community. That was the main reason I had heard. Is your Spotify account public? I don't think it is. Same with Just Stop Oil? Probably. And kill them very easily. Feel free to share which ones, I suppose. It was also taken out. So Ryujinx was one where apparently Nintendo directly approached the creator, from what I read, and offered him an undisclosed sum of money to stop making it. And I'm guessing that he probably didn't have much of a choice. Because it was like, yeah, the lead dev, I believe, was approached by Nintendo, and there was some off-the-record settlement for him to stop developing it. I don't know the full details, and as far as I'm aware, they've never been released. What companies / billionaires fund PETA? I don't know if it's any of its public information, but my conspiracy is it's like major food companies like Tyson. I subsumed it off. You know, fair enough. Except it's not, and they use it too. Yeah, that's the funny thing. And let's paint like pirate software. I don't want to do shorts because I don't really like them. That's just a me thing, though. It was a cascade of Switch emulators getting slashed, yeah. Because Yuzu and Citra were the main two. Also, for the person who asked, like, what music I like to listen to, I'll give you 3 bands, and this will be the thing that makes up your perception of me. Starset is my favorite band, and I also very much like both Young Medicine and Valiant Hearts. If you've never heard of them, fair enough, but they're all great bands that I highly recommend. Would you subsume off and for what? I don't understand the question. If I was a Warframe... Oh, I read that as if I was a Warframe ability. No, if I was a Warframe, what ability would I subsume off and for what? That's a difficult question. But Nintendo stopped that. That was Dolphin. Dolphin wanted to release on Steam, and it got shut down. Subsume off your cock and balls. Darth Muffin describing what it's like to get a transgender surgery. I subsumed off my cock and balls. For fun? I doubted it. I doubt it. And technically, if anyone here knows, they can't say it without it causing legal problems for us. And I don't know, Nourish. You know, maybe Nourish. What Warframe ability would I be? I don't know, probably Spectral Scream, because I'm pretty worthless. Or great bands. Yeah, see, some other people in my chat are based enough to know what bands I'm talking about. Strangle, though. Grasp of Loke them off. What does that mean exactly? Ivara's Quiver to sleep. That could work. That could work. That's a good point. I guess you can't put yourself to sleep with it. They'll have to get rad procced first. Fuck, the only nuclear power plant in Iowa shut down over the pandemic. I don't know where I'd get the rad proc, but we'll work on it. Maybe my grandma has some uranium glass or something. And looks like I'm familiar. The little thing where like you hold it up and you do the little spin animation. Grasp of Loke your cock and balls off. What do you think that like then like a void cock will be like floating you and shooting at the nearest enemy if you rip them off? You jack off the Lex to transform it. Maybe I'm misremembering. It has radioactive material in it. Not that much, but maybe I could pull that off. Go look at it. I guess I could probably pull that up real quick. Bedside enriched here. I don't keep it on hand, unfortunately. And Zerk it. Yeah, we're Zerking off the Lex to end this stream. I think I have the Lex on one of my... Yeah, I do. On my... I don't know why it's on my Equinox of all characters, but... Incarnate cock and balls. No more Wally? Yeah, unfortunate. Can't you just use a microwave? That's microwave radiation. I think rad procs are more like, you know, your like alpha, beta, gamma radiation, right? More like radioactive decay versus like the emission of like, you know, electromagnetic radiation. They are different things. I'll just spawn Grenier Battle Group. These guys are weak enough that, yeah, my multi-shot isn't going to contribute to this at all, but... Oh, that... You meant with the offhand. I never really noticed that. Because I was thinking of, like, you hold up and you spin it, but yeah, your offhand does kind of... What the fuck? Huh. I've never noticed that detail of that animation. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, who up in the simulacrum, straight up jorking it. And by it, let's just say my Lex. Tickle the Lex frame balls to transform it. Crazy shit for real. It's like, this reminds you of Gritty Harrow, where if you spam Thermal Sunder on him fast enough, it looks like he's hitting the Gritty. Just a compressor animation? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Time to rename my Lex. Yeah, says the Lex. Just goes faster zerking. Yeah, I noticed that. You just jerk it off even faster. Lex is such a cool gun. Let's look at Archon Vital. I can probably pull that up, yeah. Or can I access my mods in here, like, normally? Nah, okay, it's whatever. Ignore everything you see in my configs. I don't want to get bullied for them. Status effects from abilities that deal heat damage will be applied twice. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if you guys can see this because of the live reaction. Let me just, like, slot it in so you can... God damn it. Do I have... Let me just throw on something like this real quick so I can show it easier. It does say status effects from abilities that deal heat damage will be applied twice. That's correct. That's not how it works. It just makes it so if your ability deals any heat procs, it adds 1 to it. Spider-Man? This look for Excalibur is a long enough story. I'm not going to bother explaining it. No Excalibur Prime? No. I started playing the game on Xbox in 2014 because I didn't have a PC. My bad, everyone. I was in middle school at the time. I didn't have $250. Yeah, the stream's been going for long. I think I'll do like 5 more minutes and then we'll cut it. My voice is starting to give out because I recorded the Desert Wind video. I will say to anyone who's enjoying the Exalted Weapon series, I appreciate that you've been enjoying it, and I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. But after the Baruch video, I think I'm going to do a couple other videos before getting back to it, because the video or the series has performed horribly, and it does not seem like the majority of my audience wants to watch it. So I'm gonna pivot away from it for a little bit, and we'll come back to it after like maybe a month, because I feel like, and it's my goal is to try and like make content people actually want to watch. You should have been investing in NVIDIA at age 5. Well, after the release of, what is it, DeepSeek, the AI that has crashed NVIDIA's stock price? Any Warframe Geographic 2? I'd say for now, no. I do still want to make it eventually, but got 26,000 views. Compared to... Let me just grab this. I can just pull this up right now. Let me show what I'm talking about in terms of this kind of stuff. Okay. You're going to hear a Windows noise. That's because I'm using the snipping tool. This Windows noise is my computer, not yours. Did it not play it? Okay, I guess we're lucky. Okay, this shows estimated revenue, but I don't think anyone gives a shit. The estimated revenue is not my problem with this, or like my concern with this at all, to be perfectly honest. The money thing isn't what bothers me. So Hi, cool kid, welcome. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Where is my OBS? Here it is. So, this is the graph. Let me pull this up. This is the graph for this video.
Seems to have misplaced those memories.
The blue line is this video's performance. The big gray area is the range of average video performance. This video, in this span of time, has performed really badly. And this is a trend for all of them. I can go find the one for Excalibur real quick. I think his is the best performing. Yeah, it barely has broken into the average view range. Wukong's, I'm pretty sure, is in the absolute gutter at the moment. Oh yeah, Wukong's is rough. Let me grab Wukong's. Excalibur's has broken back into the... There's the Windows noise. Excalibur's has broken back into barely in the average, like, statistical range. But... Let me... Also, where's the video score thingy? Finding that in the desktop version is very, very annoying. This is Wukong's. So, this is what I'm talking about. And like I said, I get that it's a niche topic inherently, so... Like, to put this into perspective, in the last 48 hours... Where... Can I find this in, like, the actual thing? Yeah, in the last 48 hours, if I look at my most viewed videos, you guys want to know where the first Exalted Weapon video from the series ends up? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos before Valkyr Talons is the most viewed Exalted Weapon one in the last 48 hours. So that's what I'm talking about when I say that, like, the performance is not very good on these videos compared to the rest of my stuff. Things naturally tend to flatline over time, but to this extent, it's just like, what are the most watched videos? The most watched ones in the last 48 hours are, surprisingly enough, Is Damage Reduction Dead and the Passive Ability tier list. And then this stream is on here, but that doesn't really count. Weird and Obscure Stuff Season 1, Why Do New Players Really Quit, DE Doesn't Understand Overguard, and the Pazul voice line I uploaded. Those are all above it, despite all being considerably older content. And I want to make something clear. My, like, own issue or sort of apprehension with making stuff like that because, and, like, seeing the negative analytics, I guess you could put it, it's not because... I have accidentally gotten or killed my, can I go back to this page, please? Okay, we're good. But, it's not because of my, or like, I feel like I'm entitled to a certain amount of views or that I want a certain amount of income from the videos or anything like that. Don't get me wrong, the IRS is taking a shit ton of money in taxes because of my YouTube channel, so I mean, the income's definitely helpful, but that's not the reason. The reason is because I make these videos because I want people to watch and engage with them. That's why I post them to YouTube. And if people don't want to watch my videos, the question becomes, like, how worth it is it to invest so much time into them? Because my plan was to do just this series till it was done. But I realize now that's not a good approach because people don't really care, in like a broad sense. Many of you watching my stream probably enjoyed the series, but you have to remember you all are in a minority. The vast majority of my audience has never tuned into a stream and never will. That's not the relationship they have to my channel. And I think that it's one of those things where it's like, should I invest so much continuous effort into one thing, or should I just, like, put it on the back burner and mix it in with other stuff? And I think that for now my plan is to mix it in with other stuff. Once the next update releases, and after Baruch's video is out, I want to do a sequel to both the new player experience video and the Overguard video, and then we're going to kind of go from there. Because I think those videos have important information I want to follow up about since they've come out. But beyond that, I think I'm going to start winding down how, like, the intensity, I guess, or the frequency of those uploads so that I can push it back. Just drains after a few of them, and that's fair. I like with these, I work entirely at my own pace, so I'm not super prone to burnout in the sense that like I'm like working all the time with this stuff. Generally, if stuff in my real life gets in the way, I just don't work on it. YouTube's not my job, right? But there also comes the element of like, I think the series is interesting and fun, but I also feel like it's I don't know, important that people who want to watch my content have things that they actually want to watch. And so I want to try, sorry, I bumped my microphone there. I want to try and mix it in more, because my main goal was to like release all of it before the start of the summer, but now my new goal is release it all before the end of the year. That's kind of where I've pushed it off to. Part type videos, and that's true. My main thing is because the topics are all so different, I didn't expect it to be like that, because it's not like episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and you have to watch them all in order, right? You can watch them wherever in the series order you want. That was kind of why I didn't expect it to be this way, but the videos have gotten sort of just performed poorly, and I want to make sure that if I'm making or putting that much effort into things, it's something that people actually want to watch. I'm still going to finish the series. I don't want to act like I'm not going to make it, or I don't want to give off that impression. I still entirely plan on finishing the series, because I enjoy making it for the most part. It's admittedly hard to lately, because I just kind of get, like, burdened with the knowledge of, like, this video is going to do, like, shit. Like, Baruch's video is probably going to be over half an hour long. It's going to be a lot of stuff to talk about, and I'm going into it, you know, going through all the parts of editing I hate, like editing the voiceover and, you know, recording a bunch of, like, B-roll and shit like that, going through the things I don't like, and I'm sitting there just like, this is all for fucking nothing, it feels like. Like, compared to what I try to normally shoot for, at least, I feel like it's for nothing. And I know that's a bad mindset, and I try not to be that way, because people do value that content. But it's just like, damn, dude, I don't know if I can, like, continue to push myself this hard for things people don't want to watch. Is in one place. If a bit abbreviated will get more traction. Here's the thing. I don't want to compromise my vision for what that series could and should be. For people to submit B-roll that you can use. I don't personally think so, because it would create inconsistency is my concern with, like, fashion and UI scaling and stuff like that. But I feel like with the, it may pop off later. It could, but I don't honestly expect it to. I mentioned my channel. Damn. I might have ended up, yeah, I'm in top chat. I might have to sort it by live chat, because if something is, like, if YouTube, like, if you swear or do something, some specific things, YouTube will hide it from the top chat. But, because I feel like, two things, I guess. The first one is the goal of the Exalted Weapon series is, I mentioned this in the opening video of it, education over instruction. My goal is to teach you how these things work so that you can put together your own strategies. And it's very important to me that that spirit is the top priority of that series, right? I am teaching you how these things work so you can make things yourself, because I feel like too much of the Warframe content creation scene is telling you what to do, not telling you how things work. And so I want to make sure that I go into as much detail as possible so that I'm justified in taking that position. The other thing with that is, if I made it a tier list, that compromises to me the idea that I want you to be able to work with things that you find fun. Like, if I made a tier list, I am innately saying that certain exalted weapons are worse than others, which holds the implication you should not use them. And I don't want to do that. Like, the passive ability tier list was something where that is kind of an issue, but because of the fact that it's one component of a Warframe's kit, I tried to make it clear that me doing that was just for fun. It wasn't anything serious, and I wasn't trying to say anything by it. I just thought it was a fun idea. Everything you need to know about Baruch, I have too much... I think of myself as having too much integrity to stoop that low. I'm terrible at clickbait, I'll be honest with you all. I hate it. I hate, like, titles that are intentionally flashy and try to grab your attention, thumbnails that are over the top. I deliberately don't do it. And that hurts my viewership, but I stand by that opinion. I think you can do clickbait in a way that makes sense. Like, you can make clickbait, but that's not, like, excessive. You just want, you know, make your video appealing to click on. I'm bad at that, too. But there crosses a line where I just do not want to make it. Or I don't want to deal with it. Also, yes, I did put a lot of effort into this stream's description because I thought it would be funny. Clickbait idea? Or clickbait be like? Yeah, I'm not anything like that. And I will say this. I've had some people leave comments on the videos like, why didn't you show your build? Or just like, build, question mark? And it's like... You're missing the point. That's just how I kind of feel about it. Like, if you watch one of the Exalted Weapon videos and are like, that video was cool, but where's your build? Did you learn anything? Because that's not the point of the video. The point of the video was to explain to you how the ability works so you can make your own build. Why do you need my build? Say build will appear. That's true. I don't know. That stuff just grates on me a little bit. Like, I get that they're asking and, you know, not trying to be mean or anything like that, or trying to upset me, but it's like, I feel like you're missing the point if you're in that situation. And my goal is to explain these things in fundamental enough terms that hopefully anyone who watches them could have an idea of what's going on. So I unsubscribed. You know what? Fair enough, Darth. That's actually an entirely justifiable reason. I did not have any Valkyr hitting the gritty. Go straight to Overframe. Rough shit for real. Just copy without thinking. That's kind of a pervasive issue in the Warframe community as a whole, to be honest. Is just take what people are using that seems to work for them and use it with no thought for any creative expression. It's just the rough reality of it, I guess. But like I said, I don't want to talk about, like, some people, like, how do I put this? I don't want to make it sound like I'm complaining about the views of these videos, because they're, like, I don't think I'm entitled to more views or anything like that. That's not the case at all. More of it for me is like a measure of, if my community does not want to watch a certain kind of content, should I keep producing it in spite of that fact? That's where I'm at, sort of, mentally with this kind of thing. And I feel like the conclusion I've arrived at is, I'll still produce it, but not on the timescale I originally had planned. I feel like in its current form, going all in on it is something that is just too much, and people aren't going to want to tune in. So I want to try and pivot to other things for a bit, and we'll sprinkle it in with the rest of the stuff that I'm working on. As to what mods work, yeah, it's a broader issue in general with Warframe that it doesn't explain certain mechanics to you. I'm relevant in half a year. I have encountered that many times, Darth. The entire status tier list at this point is just all wrong. I think almost everything in it is now incorrect. It in this context is the Exalted Weapon series. Concepts and mechanics. And I enjoy making them. I think it's a fun series. When people diverse, I'm not making non-Warframe content. That's not what I mean. I'm not making things that aren't Warframe. I'm making things that aren't the Exalted Weapon series. It's not even out yet. Yeah, Soulframe is not seeming, from what I've played at least. I'm not super into Soulframe, so ask Blueprint. He knows more about the game. But it seems to be repeating that mistake of Warframes. Others don't work. That's the thing, though. This condition overload thing specifically is a bug. That's the problem. It's not an official mechanic. We'll go kind of hard, but I know it will do poorly. Yeah, I wanted to do a video about Metroid Prime Trilogy, because it's my favorite game of all time. But I know that that video would legit probably be 3 or 4 fucking hours long. And it would do horribly. Like, I would go so in-depth into all of those games and all of the things that I think make them amazing. It doesn't matter. Double the views, to be fair. The thumbnails of each video, like all of them, you know, Darth here, you should start doing that and then report back to me. Start putting Ember's feet in all of your video thumbnails, and then let me know if it improves your performance or not. It's gotten new lore. There actually is a considerable amount of new Pawn Pushka lore that I should go over sometime. Zert went to a Pawn Pizza. Like, Zert's expeditions to all the Pon Pushka related stuff have been quite in depth. He's done several expeditions out there. Is close to coming out. I am very excited for Prime 4. Honestly, the idea that Fanged Wisp just mentioned of doing the video for April 1st would be really funny, actually. Offer A/B testing for thumbnails? I don't actually know. Probably won't see the light of day. I do want to do that, the like tile set secrets for like secret rooms and stuff hidden in different tile sets, but there is so much to cover. I don't know how I'd handle it. There are so many secret rooms in this game. On April 1st is wild. That's the reality of it. Idan asked if I'm gonna do another obvious and mundane stuff, and I think Gazette did too. I'm debating it, but the original obvious and mundane stuff was fun to make, but I'm gonna be honest, it was very stressful. I don't know how many of you have Oh, also, yes, I have. I got my little guy right here for the Curia. You can see him down there by the Codex buttons popping up. Yeah, he's down there. It's on a plateau economically, that's grim. But I don't know how many of you have seen obvious and mundane stuff. Very fun video to work on. But it was also very stressful getting everything organized, because I felt like that video's release was like, some people played it to the wire, let me put it that way. Some people gave me their stuff very last minute, and I was getting really nervous it wasn't going to come out on time. That, and for a lot of people, I had to help quite a bit. Like, Nitro's segment, I made pretty much entirely... Like, he recorded the voiceover, obviously, but all of the editing and stuff like that was me. I did a lot of help with Idan's segment. Gazette's was not that bad. I just stitched their footage together and cleaned up their audio. That wasn't that hard. But Idan, about half of the footage for the Ultra stuff was recorded by me because he couldn't do it at the time. And then Nitro's segment was, he got the gameplay and the voiceover, but all the editing was mine as well. So that stuff was like, it was a lot of workload when I was helping people, and I was totally fine to do it. It was a lot of fun to help, you know, give those people the opportunity to be on my channel. But it was admittedly fairly stressful to be in that situation. I might do it again. I think it would be a lot of fun, especially if I could get more of my friends involved. But I don't know how many people could even do it again, to be honest. Because, like, everyone who participated in the first one did it for no reason, right? Like, there was no monetary gain or anything. Was for obvious mundane stuff. I'll say this. If you want to do, like, how we sort of structured it was people would pick a game and they would make a segment that was like 2 to 3 minutes long. Or was it 2 to 3 minutes, or was it 1 to 2? I think it was 2 to 3 minutes. They would do a 2 to 3 minute segment about that game, and they would, you know, get the footage and record the audio. I could edit for them if they needed, otherwise they could make the audio themselves, or make the editing and all that stuff done themselves. Like, my brother Hunter edited his part himself. I believe Tapato edited his part by himself. Rose edited her part by herself. So plenty of people did just edit it by themselves. Blueprint's part, for, you know, it was fairly short, and that was all done by him solo as well. So plenty of people did it by themselves too. But if you want to submit something, the idea is sort of just tell me what game you want to pick, so I can tell other people they can't pick that game, and, you know, put together whatever you want about it. I think, all things considered, I'll probably do it again. I'm just not entirely sure I want to approach my segment. You know what? I'll probe this idea with you all real quick. I had an idea for something really stupid and high effort that I thought was kind of funny conceptually. My idea was for my segment of weird and obscure stuff, or for obvious and mundane stuff, it wouldn't be about Warframe. I'd go do it about a physical location. And there's a very particular reason for this. So, is anyone here familiar with the movie Bridges of Madison County? Does anyone know about that film? It's a Clint Eastwood movie, I think. It's based on a book of the same name. So, Bridges of Madison County mentions Madison County, which is a place in Iowa. Madison County is a weird place, and most people who are aware of its existence rightfully make fun of it for this. Madison County has this bizarre obsession with being the covered bridge capital of Iowa. I'm not making this shit up. They are the county with the most covered bridges, and they have way too much pride in it. They hold a festival in their towns there for celebrating their covered bridges. It's that big of a thing to them. And it became this recurring gag in my family to talk about how cool the covered bridges were when nobody actually gave a shit. Like, I've been to a few of them, they're not that special. So, my idea was, what if I went and actually did my Obvious and Monday Stuff segment about one of those covered bridges in Madison County? The problem is I live nowhere near it anymore. I live on pretty far from it now. But I think it would be really funny, like, just for me as an in-joke, to go do a segment on some random fucking bridge and act like it's interesting when it's really the dumbest shit ever, to make fun of the people that live in Madison County. I know that's a very specific and targeted attack towards, like, the 6 people that live there, but I think it would be hilarious. The problem is I live 3 hours from there, so if I were to go and make that, that would be, like, a 2-day affair. I'd have to probably get a hotel or something. It would be way more effort than it would be worth. But I think it would be hilarious. It's a different bridge each time? That could be hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. Just jump to a different bridge and don't address it. I think it would be really funny to do my segment on just, like, real-life covered bridges. You just pick a bridge near you. That diminishes the joke. It has to be a real one. 16,548 people according to the 2020 census. That's grim. I think it'd be fun to do my Obvious and Mundane Stuff segment on covered bridges in Madison County, just to fuck with those people. I am at the Madison County Bridge concept. Yeah, deadass. I think it'd be hilarious. But, I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, it's stupid, but I think it'd be funny. Act like it's the official bridge. That could also go hard. My main thing is if I were, so I guess twofold. Aside from the amount of, like, labor that would go into making that, I'd have to show my face, more likely than not. And I don't have anything made for IRL content filming. I have nothing to reduce the wind noise for my voiceover. Like, I have no experience. And I'm running out of time. Like, April 1st is almost 2 months away, just under 2 months away now. So it's a lot of effort for something like that. And it's the middle of winter here. It's going to be cold as fuck. I don't really want to drive that distance for this kind of thing. The more scuffed, the more funny. Maybe. Just to wear the Revenant mask. Okay, if I pull up to the function in a fursuit head, it's over. Okay? It's fucking over. If I pull up with anything related to my profile picture, if I'm so much as wearing cat ears in that video, it's over. I have a Discord member to help you film them? I'd get murdered. Photoshopped over cool kids' feet? Fucking hell. Like the spy from TF2? That would go hard. Like, I don't have any real issue with showing my face, but I want it to be something... I want to make sure that I kind of curate how that is executed. The 1 murder in Iowa per year? Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to Cedar Rapids, though. Or Des Moines. So, am I really... Are you really a murder victim in Iowa if you don't die in one of those 2 cities? I guess there's, like, Ames in Iowa City and stuff, too, but... Could you have one really fucked up and evil bridge? That's called most of Iowa's bridges. A lot of our infrastructure is really bad here. You have a fursuit? You know how expensive a fucking fursuit is? Fuck no, I don't have a fursuit. I got bills to pay, brother. And programming socks. I don't really like programming. I'm sorry for everyone who hears this information. From all the work I've done, like, trying to learn it, I just don't enjoy it. And it was built wrong as a joke? That kind of goes crazy. You would have a fursuit if it was cheaper? Now you're making accusations, Wisp. I never said that. I'm just pointing out that it is not an economically realistic statement, even if you were going to pursue the line of reasoning that I am in fact a furry, which is still not proven, that is still fake news, but If you were going to pursue the line of reasoning that because I'm a furry, I must own a fursuit, I'm just trying to show that the economic reality of the situation is that wouldn't happen regardless of whether or not I was a furry, because that shit is expensive. It's something only a furry would say? That's some bullshit. Don't feel the allegations any further. Keeping them going is what's funny. I sure hope this isn't edited out of context. Yeah, that would never happen. I feel like if I went to Madison County, Iowa in a fursuit, I'd get fucking jumped. I'm gonna be honest with you all. Those are like mostly farming communities and stuff out there. I feel like I'd get jumped. Try to lie while not lying? Real and true. By who? One of the 6 people that live there. They'll see me at, you know, they're gonna come pay their respects to the bridge. Every day they have to pray facing the bridge, right, in Madison County. They'll see me there and be like, what the fuck? Is that a furry? You know what that means? They're probably a gay person. Here in Iowa, we have, you know, open carry laws. They just already have their shotgun, like, slung over their back like it's fucking Call of Duty. They'd pull out, you know, their fucking Remington 870. And, you know, at that point, I mean, they probably have a point dog. They just, like, shoot me. The point dog would come retrieve me like I'm a fucking dead dove or something. So, yeah, that's my concern, right? I'd get attacked and killed. They might be scalies. Look, we're talking about Iowa. There's maybe 3 gay people in this entire goddamn state. I wouldn't worry about being a furry. I guess I'm not sure what part of Iowa you live in. Because I can say from my own experience in living in various small towns around the country, or around the Midwest specifically, there are plenty of people that would not like that. Which I think is incredibly fucked up, but, you know, it's the reality of things. Southeast in a small town? Okay. So who's the mysterious third? My boyfriend doesn't live in Iowa. Nitro lives across the country from me. He lives in Texas. This isn't, like, secret information. Nitro and I don't live together or anything. It's not my fursuit, it's my Fursona's fursuit. What the fuck does that mean? You, the viewer, are the third furry? True. It's like the classic Hideo Kojima quote, right? All of my games feature a gay character. You, the player. What if I am? You know, I respect your decision. I respect your decision. That's all I'll say about that. I think you're committing to the bit. Or very live and let live. I think it depends. There are some small towns that I've been to that are pretty fundamentalist, I guess we'll put it that way, and have a pretty negative opinion of certain groups of people. Now, like where I live currently, it is like that, and it's nice. People here don't really give a shit as far as I can tell. The city I live in now. I say city with air quotes. Iowan cities don't have shit on a lot of other places' cities, dude. When I went to Texas to visit Nitro, when I flew into Dallas, I was actually, like, mortified. That was the kind of thing where I didn't realize how small my perception of a city actually was until I went to a mega city like Dallas or, like, Houston or somewhere. That kind of stuff really changed my perspective of, like, holy shit. Did Nitro enjoy the Texas snow? Yes, he did. It's funny, here in Iowa we've gotten basically none. Like, except Des Moines are actually fairly nice. Yeah, Des Moines, it's the capital, you kind of expect that. But, I don't know. Like, I've never spent much time in places like Iowa City or Ames or places like that. The cities I've been to, I guess, are generally fine. The small towns aren't. Generally, they're not... Well, they're nice to certain groups of people, I'll put it that way, but... The town I went to high school in, I'm not even joking when I say this, had a whopping 1 family that was not white. Iowa City is clean and walkable and friendly. Iowa City is where University of Iowa is, though. Like, I feel like I'd probably avoid the university. But I think, yeah, Iowa City is where University of Iowa is, right? Because Ames is ISU. I think Iowa City is where that is. I just assumed we were a furry and I did not care. I keep the joke going of whether or not I am a furry because it's funnier that way. Drop chance of gays in Iowa? I mean, it's not terrible. Been there for medical a few times. Yeah, my brother used to go to Iowa City like twice a year. Weird thing, weird cool kid lore fact. Not dark and fucked up this time. My brother has an incredibly rare form of arthritis. He is one of like 6 people in the entire state to have this condition. He's had it since he was a baby. Like, he was born with this form of arthritis, and he used to have to go for very specific special treatment in Iowa City. Now I think it's mostly under control from what I've heard, but yeah, it was incredibly rare. I think he's like one of 6 people in the entire state that was known to have ever had it. Bone-itis from Futurama? No, I'm not going to say the name of the condition because it's so rare that I feel like if I said it, that might be too much information. Options for gays farming. Okay, so if you go to this, there's this mission node called Grinder. Go to Mexico for cheap medical care. Real and true. No way he got Ligma. Exactly. This is the Tenocon household more accurately. My full name is Hayden Tenocon. This is basic cool kid lore. Come on, you gotta step your shit up. You gotta step your shit up. As a kid, yes, he drank the bone hurting juice. Which planet is Grinder? I think Grinder's a node somewhere on Earth. If you strangle them with Strangledome? Yeah, if you... In order to get more gays to drop, you have to use Pilfering Strangledome. That reminds me of, like, there was a joke I had written into one of my videos. I think it was the original Korra one, where it was something about the, God, what was it? There was a video where I had the line where it was like, try not to get backed into a corner. I imagine plenty of you like that, but not in this instance. Fuck, what video did I write that joke into? It's one of the ones I never finished. God damn it, I don't remember which one it was. I have so many videos that I worked on that I never actually made. I don't remember which video that joke was going to be in. There is a decent cool kid backlog of things that made it pretty far in. The brain virus reawakens. I'm sorry, Lunatic, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to. Trusted your trading. Real and true, Fanged Wisp, real and true. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I've been looking at this recently. I found the original file for the original Exalted Weapon series. Like, for reference, this video was so far along, I had all of it recorded. But I just didn't like the way it was going to come out, so I scrapped it. And, like, listening to some of the old scripts now, I realized that, like, scrapping it was the right decision. I feel like I'm pretty confident in that. The funniest fuck part remains, fair enough. But I feel like the original Exalted Weapon series, it's good that I didn't ever make it, or that I didn't publish it. Because I feel like it can't send the fucked up bridge, grim. Gaze agenda, that's based. But yeah, I think that in its current iteration, the series will be a lot better. It is 4:15 for the timestamp on this stream. It is currently 8 o'clock in the morning, just past 8 o'clock. So, I should probably go, considering that I've been streaming for a while. I'm sorry for those of you who have been here long enough. What? I just realized, what did LEU post in the members chat? This was 2 days ago. How did I miss this? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Wait. I can't end the stream now. How did I not know about this? LEU, are you still here? Wait a fucking second. Is this screenshot real? I have to find this. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the phone. Back the fuck up. What is going on? This will make sense in a second. What is this? Hold on. Can you see the playhead in here? You can. You're all gonna get jump scared by Nightmare Frame's voice for a second. Okay, no, I actually stopped it in time. Holy shit. Wait a second. Okay. I did not realize that this had happened. I did not realize that this had happened. Guys, apparently, how did I not see this? Nightmare Frame watched the Wukong video and made a video after seeing it. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. What is he saying in this part of the video? Hold on, I have to listen to this. You guys are gonna hear this with me.
I consume Warframe content, and the video was by Cool Kid. I got redeemed a
What
few of
the
his
fuck?
videos before on obscure random facts about Warframe. Good stuff.
Cold. Because
Blast meta!
holy
Sorry,
shit.
I was channeling my inner Astacross there.
To combo primary elements, which can let you get a What the lot of status fuck? effects going. How did I not
So
realize
most
this
of
had
the things
happened?
said in the
How did I not realize this had happened? What the fuck? Prime foot chop. Alright, everyone. Huge DPS increase. Huge DPS increase. Seeing that this happened, also just Google or like look up Nightmare Frame. It is his most recent video, apparently. Yeah, huge viewership increase. Huge DPS increase. Nightmare Frame's video got more views than mine. Anyways, here, this will be for our certified lurker moment before we go. Also, I think I'll leave this in the playlist, but it'll be unlisted. I'm not going to leave it public, but can we just get some huge DPS increase? If you haven't been saying stuff in chat, if you haven't been talking or anything like that, go ahead and just hit me with a huge DPS increase to let me know that you're here and that you're alive. This will be our certified lurker moment. This also happens in like the first minute or two of the video. I think the section is called Conception. Hell yeah, thank you everyone. Huge DPS increase. I'm so sorry to LU. I don't know if you'll see this, if you'll watch the VOD, that I didn't see that. How have I not noticed this? This has been in the members chat for fucking 2 days. What the fuck? How did I not see this? Huge DPS increase. What was I even looking in the Discord for? There was a specific thing I had clicked on this to grab, and I completely got sidetracked because I saw that. I love to see first U-Bahn Theater begins construction in Orlando in Horseboard. What the fuck? I'll be done for? Yeah, it's over. Maybe Nightmare Frame will watch the Baruch video next. Maybe he'll make another video that gets more views than mine. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm gonna go for real now. That just completely threw me for a loop. I did not see that coming. Oh, I didn't realize it was also Fanged. God, I haven't looked in Gradalurgang. I've been so sick that I haven't been online much. I didn't realize that it was Fanged Wisp's birthday. Anyways. Well, yep, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Discord playlist is in the description. What the fuck am I saying? The Discord is in the description. The VOD playlist is in the description. I think this one's just going to go unlisted. I kind of got a little bit too heavy with some of the topics near the middle of the stream there. You know, my apologies. But Baruch video coming out sometime in the next 5 years or some shit. Yeah, I'm going to go. See ya.